Good morning, Kyiv.
Good morning, Jeff. Good morning, Will, whatever your names are. Sorry, I'm trying to multitask here, press
Um,
buttons and such all at the same time. So
hey
I will,
you, hey
yeah,
you,
go
and
ahead.
other, hey you, and other less flattering things work with me.
What's that?
I said, hey you, and less flattering labels will get my attention.
Okay. Um, let's go ahead and do a really quick timestamp before we head on over to Jeff and Will and talk about Good Morning Kyiv. And take me just a second here. All righty. It is Sunday, January 25th in much of the world, but not all of the world. So let's check out what time it is President Zelensky's birthday and what time it is where it is not, because it is President Zelensky's birthday in London. Actually, wait. Let's pick a. I want to. In Happy Bottom, UK, it is 6:01 a.m. There we go. Finally found an appropriate one there. And in oh, let's see. We're just gonna go for Wankdorf Stadium in Switzerland. It is 7:01 a.m. In Pupke, in Ukraine, it is 8:01 a.m. Where it's definitely President Zelensky's birthday. And in Hangover Bay in the Workers' Paradise, it is 2:01 a.m. or p.m. Excuse me. And on Kinki University in the Osaka, Japan area, it is 3:02 p.m. On Happy Valley in Australia, it is 4:32 p.m. On Mount Buggery, it is 5:02 p.m. in Australia. And in Heart's Content, Newfoundland and Labrador, it is 2:32 a.m. And in Tight Squeeze, Virginia, it is 1:02 a.m. And then in Toadsuck, Arkansas, it is 12:02 a.m. I hear they're getting a lot of snow, so those toads very well may be sucking their toes or sucking something anyway. And then we're going to revert back to where it's not President Zelensky's birthday on Saturday, January 24th, still. In, I'm going to call it, you know what I'm going to call it? In French fry season, Idaho. In French fry season, Idaho, it is 11:03 p.m. And in Rough and Ready, California, it is 10:03 p.m. And then in Eat, Alaska, where Sarah Palin can see Russia from her house, it is 9:03 p.m. Yeah, I picked French Fry, Alaska. Sorry, French Fry, Idaho. French Fry season, Idaho, for a reason. I have a friend whose daughter does adaptive skiing every year, and she's special needs daughter. Anyway, and the way that they sort of control sometimes what she eats and when she eats is there are seasons for foods. So ski season, when you go skiing, you get French fries. So it's French fry season starting today. And and when you go to the fair during the summer, that's corn dog season. And so yeah, so they have different seasons for different foods so that she knows, she has learned that that is the time of year that she eats those kinds of foods. Got a great diet, that kid. Not a kid anymore, but yeah.
And there we are.
Yes, today was the first day of French fry season. I haven't heard how it turned out though. I need to go check that.
Yeah, and happy birthday to President Zelensky. And I put something up in the nest. Note that this is also the day in 1965 when Winston Churchill died. So essentially,
Oh
it's
yes.
handing over the torch, if you will. We'll do a news summary, and we'll, as usual, there's things in the nest that you can follow along to, including the ads, which I'll come back to. But um, we'll do it. Well, Jeff's got something to say, and then we're going to do the news summary. Probably try to get through it quickly because we do have Andre from the 18th Club
Ooh,
coming up at possibly 9 a.m. So stay tuned for that, and we'll try to
outstanding.
get me and you out of the way quickly. Smokey, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to set the tone for tonight. I know that there are things that are going on that I'm certain are going to be very much in people's mind, on my people's minds. I want to acknowledge something. A terrible thing happened today in the United States, and the country as a nation is reeling. And many of us here are experiencing barely contained rage. It would be tempting to spend a great deal of time on this event. And over the last few hours, indeed, I have. But this space is not about that event. So for those of you, my fellow citizens, please keep that in mind if you come up to speak. I will not be encouraging discussion here tonight on that. To those of our listeners who are overseas, I will answer your questions if you are concerned how events which are transpiring may affect Ukraine. But I will be limiting my narrative to that. But for all of that, my primary message is this in regard to what's happening. Europe, more than ever, must be prepared to step up and assist Ukraine. It is quite likely for the foreseeable future, the United States government is going to be distracted and otherwise occupied. And with that, let's move on to Ukraine.
Indeed. Yeah, there's plenty other spaces and times to talk about the events in America. And as always, we'll focus on what's going on in Ukraine and things related to that. So news summary wise, look, we're going to hear about I think it was another decent night, a big night of attacks by Russian artillery along the border where they could, and some drone activity. But I don't hear any ballistic missile alerts. So that's probably a relatively quiet night where they do have 32. They're basically just getting the people back on power in Kiev from the last outage. And there's some new outages. So I still believe there are approximately 3,300 buildings, Klitschko's number, that would be out of service with electricity again, fighting through the weather. It's getting to be very dire situation for people in the center of Kiev and near suburbs. So we really do need the European governments to lean in immediately on this. Now they are really right. The EU's announced, in addition to all the other aid we've just heard about, EU's sending 447 generators worth $3.7 million euros to Ukraine. That's probably small ones to run households and shops and businesses, little shops.
Yeah, we're probably talking about a lot of half kilowatt devices at that cost.
But every little bit helps.
Yeah, 100%.
Russia is also suffering from the weather quite heavily in Murmansk and Severomorsk, and up there where Alina Air Base is, way in the top of Russia, well inside the Arctic Circle, I think. There's a blackout at Murmansk and Severomorsk. So
yes.
The Navy port where the nuclear submarines get loaded, and all the other things that are at Murmansk, including Alina Air Base, having real difficulties. And Jeff, from the video I saw and the notes from Exelnova, it looked like 4 towers were knocked down that carry high tension towers, but it looked like it might have been a storm or too many owls resting on it, or something. I don't know.
Yeah. They have lots of owls up there. Yep. Mm-hmm.
So Russia is also suffering heavily in the dark and cold, but not because of military strikes in this case, but just because of maintenance and repair of their system is 3 years gone begging, probably at least. All effort has been on the war here, and lots of regional power systems, sewer systems, water systems have suffered. Isn't that right, Jeff?
It is indeed, and by my thumbnail sketch right here, vaguely tallying things up, I think I also saw that there was a big outage at Perm.
There was a big outage in Perm, yes, and one more location, but I'll find it and put it in the nest.
Yeah, so by my count, I'd say that we have right now somewhere north of 1.5 million Russians in the dark and cold. And frankly, if that's what it takes to get us to a ceasefire, let's do more. And I suspect that we're going to be finding that the Ukrainians are taking steps to, in fact, do exactly that. So, yeah.
Indeed. So we and not to forget the biggest one, of course, Belgorod looks to have been hit by Gimler's multiple launch rocket systems, which would be a first and a very excellent thing. Clearly struck the power plant, as you can see in the video that's up in the nest, and multiple other strikes. People reported up to 50 explosions, some of which might have been air defense missiles going off. Wow. But it was a big attack on Belgorod.
Belgorod is not going to have power probably for the foreseeable future. That's the takeaway that I have. If Ukraine was felt sufficiently confident to actually move the MLRS up to the HIMARS up that close enough to the line that they could actually put Belgorod into Gimler range, they're going to have to be within 20 miles or 20 kilometers of the front line in order to reach Belgorod, if I'm remembering the Gimler range correctly. That's a pretty ballsy move,
unless they got some ATACMS.
Yeah. Well, if they used ATACMS, that's entirely different. But what we're hearing was that it's Gimlers.
It sounds exactly like the ones we heard landing on command posts and things and convoys. It makes a particular explosion sound, and that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, and they've got about 120 kilometer range, so that would put, at that distance, that would put Belgorod inside their envelope, and they're far less expensive than a lot of the other munitions, and they're going to be really hard for the Russians to intercept. And comparatively, also, is that a single Gimler is a lot less expensive than whatever air defense missiles the Russians are using. So it's a net win, even if the Gimler doesn't actually make it to target.
And it clearly looked like it did. So
it did.
Another strike on the power plant there. So I think I'd actually up my estimate from what you just presented, Jeff, a bit, but it doesn't make any difference. My takeaway here is that Belgorod might be the demonstration city for Russia on taking out all the power. Rostov up next, please,
yes.
if we're making orders.
Homegrown ATACMS can do that.
Yeah. And with reference to what you said earlier, there is reference to where the United States is putting its priorities next year. I'll note that Hegseth snuck it out on Friday afternoon with the news dump, but the National Defense Strategy is out, and people have read it now and say that it downgrades China as the top threat and refocuses U.S. On the U.S. homeland and Western Hemisphere. So Europe really does need to step up and make sure that Russia gets taken down here. Russia can be taken down here, and they just need to get on with it.
Well, that puts pressure on Japan, Korea, Indonesia, the Philippines, Vietnam, Australia, for that matter.
Australia, yeah.
So this is now the fortunate thing for you guys is that for all of their efforts to vaunt their strength, China really doesn't have a blue water navy, and they really cannot operate more than 5,000 kilometers away from their ports. So
Yeah, and they really don't want to do a landing in the north of Australia anyway.
no,
The
nor
crocs
should
and
they.
jellyfish will take them out if the sharks don't get them.
Yep, yep. Well, the Crocs will have a field day as they're heading up to the beaches, or actually after the Aussie subs sink most of the incoming landing ships. But we digress. But yeah, that's that refocusing that the initiative definitely is a clear message to the rest of the world that U.S. is sliding in the direction of isolationism. And
Well, and ominously talks in its national defense strategy, which is normally a document looking outward from the world, and is
yeah,
literally looking inward to the United States, talking about the U.S. homeland
yeah,
in context, and then focusing, as you say, in an isolationist manner closer in the Western Hemisphere, as evidenced by their Venezuela thing. This seems a little bit ominous to me, coming out just at Friday evening, just before the incidents of today, Jeff.
yeah. It is. It is. It's frightening. I will make no
Yeah,
no bones
yeah.
about
It's
that.
just it's weird, and it's weird after foreboding, I guess. Another disaster's happened in Russia with a 16-car coal train derailing in Khabarovsk region of Russia. I don't know. I think that coal might have been going north, not south, and some region up there, power plant might be out of power, or might be out of fuel here before too long. So that's going to be very difficult for them. No cause listed for that derailment. Very likely could have just been maintenance or weather again over there. Okay, so these negotiations finished up in Abu Dhabi with the United States, Ukraine, and Russia's delegations. And as we spoke about yesterday, basically a nothing burger.
Yeah,
A very polite statement put out by Zelenskyy. Disappointing even that lower than my least expectations yesterday, which is what I was thinking that Budanov, since he organizes them anyway, would have at least been able to announce another prisoner exchange, but they didn't even get that out of the Russians. So real waste of time, that meeting, Jeff.
yeah, yeah. There's the Russian blogosphere is listening to some of the things that the new defense minister is saying, talking about making it a goal to remove 50,000 Russian soldiers from the front lines every month, and they are extremely concerned that he can make good on that promise. And I think things like that, combined with the exigencies that are being caused, like major ammunition depots blowing up in Donetsk, uh, the problems that they're having, like the secondary effect of what's happening with Belgorod is that's got to be seriously slowing down their ability to move rail through that city. And it actually
Yeah, stuff.
we haven't seen it yet, and part of me wonders whether some of those Gimlers were actually landing in the rail yards in the center of the city that are used to set up trains and organize stuff before it gets sent elsewhere. So
Yeah, I haven't looked at the satellite map to see what that might be yet.
yeah, well, we'll see how it plays out over the next few days.
Yeah, Lexicon, go ahead.
Yeah, I been getting some insights into how Ukrainians are viewing these negotiations, and also wondering what the hell is going on with all this triumphalist. Oh, we're 90%. There's only 1 point left, just one small point left. So it just percolated out today that their third member of do have the full three stooges there from the American side. It's this Josh Grunbaum guy, Grunbaum, who I looked up, another investor, specialist in mergers and acquisitions, fills a role in the Trump civil service and some bureau of procurement. I mean, this is a total buyers club, investment outfit that's gone there for the US. There is not even a pretense at anybody who knows a thing about geopolitics or anything. So there's some footage out today, courtesy of the Russian channels, showing them introducing Kushner there introduces. This is Josh, so they all shake hands gleefully. You got that Kirill guy with his horse teeth and his rat
Lack of a
chin.
chin.
Yeah, rat chin. And so they are just so hobnobbing together. Well, what I got, the kind of scuttlebutt when you get some of these analysts that the Ukrainians talk to on things like this TSN TV with the AI generated voices or translations of what they're saying. So, what they're saying is that for the Americans and the Russians, this whole discussion going on, it's like their one sticking point, of course, is hand over free Donbass. But they're convinced that they can sell Putler, the richest man in the world, on some business deals that can be done in this free trade, free zone. The Americans are completely focused on selling it to Ukraine. It'll be a demilitarized free trade zone. And they think that they can somehow strong arm the Ukrainians out of it and convince the Russians to look pacifically upon it and just invest their billions, which they're going to get out of the frozen assets, by the way, to invest. So this will be a perfect deal. And of course, it'll probably have a chairman of the board. Well, the Josh Grunbaum they brought on is part of the Board of Peace, by the way. You wouldn't have guessed. Anyway, and this is how they're going to sell the farm, sell Zelenskyy, Ukraine, and the whole farm out. And Ukrainians seem to be quite clear that that's what they're talking about in Moscow. The
And
discussions.
they also seem to be pretty content that won't be happening.
Yeah, pretty clear that won't be happening. Budanov, I can just see how fascinated Budanov is to sit and have a discussion in Abu Dhabi about how well this demilitarized free trade zone is going. I wonder how he's going about the business of telling them where they can shove it. But at any rate, and then I think, though, that Ukrainians are playing it so cool, there is not a hint of an irritation that this is all these people want to talk about. And I mean, I think at the same time, it's very clear that the Russians have no interest whatsoever in really ceding that, because they don't exactly need any more money. That's not the point. But anyway, I just wanted to say that that's starting to, this Josh guy's presence, I'm starting to hear a bit about it only today, like 2 days after it happened, after their Moscow talks and the Nothing Burger in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, I think one of the things that is there's kind of I think it's something of a tipping point that's going on right now, and I think that what has been finally achieved is that confidence in U.S. reliability of what they announce and what they're telling the world. The United States is bankrupt. Its reputation is bankrupt. And that it's going to be increasingly difficult for the administration to offer anything and have it treated seriously by anyone except for whatever backslappers and fellow travelers they have out there who are pretty much on board with whatever it is that Trump is trying to do to take the United States in the direction of authoritarianism. So I think that there's going to be a lot of noise and a lot of self-congratulatory stuff, but in terms of how far it actually is taken and what the world really believes, I don't think it's going to happen. Decoding, welcome. Good to see you.
Hi, good to see you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your hard work. Good to hear you and Will yesterday. Lexicon, thank you for explaining that is AI generated on TSN, because I, like you, have noticed it recently, and it's a fantastic resource. Great to hear Ukrainian perspectives. And also, it's a great quality control of Western commentator guests that the Ukrainians are obviously only hosting proper kosher people from the West. So I'm really enjoying TSNs and their shows as well. But I had wondered about the voices. Couldn't work it out, but obviously it's AI. Yeah, I mean, my base case is still Putler and everyone in Russia knows, well, not everyone in Russia, Putler and the people in control know exactly what they've done. They know exactly these 250,000 war crimes. They know there is no coming back from this. There is no peace. It's a fight to the death with Ukraine. Obviously, the Ukrainians know all of this, and everyone is playing nice in front of the parents. But the mismatch between these three clowns, these three American clowns, and then on the Ukrainian delegation, and I didn't see any photos of the Russian delegation, who seem to be minor, they're minor whatever players, and then you have Budanov. I did see this photograph, some of us might have seen, of Umarov, just kind of, looking around the table, very relaxed, while the guy who's shagging the US president's daughter, for some reason, he's in the room and he's holding forth on something. The mismatch is extraordinary, and I note that. Second or third, rather, the premise. I was listening to this. Sometimes I listen to an Eastern Borders podcast by this. I think he's Latvian or Estonian or something, and it's quite good podcast. And he was quoting this morning on his latest show Kalashnikov, that Russian propagandist Kalashnikov, who has 9 years after I noticed within a month of being in Eastern Ukraine, of being in Russia-occupied Luhansk. And it was really curious to me that if you're trying to entice and build a new republic and build a new world order, you would use Luhansk and occupied Donetsk as models, ideal states. You would turn them into beautiful places. But and it was a matter of curiosity to me from day one of me being in there. Why are they turning these places into hell on earth if they want to entice Ukrainians into Ruski Mir? And this guy Kalashnikov, now it's 2025. I arrived there in February 2015. 10 years later, this guy Kalashnikov has noticed that the Russians have turned Ukraine into absolute hell, and the main mechanism is that he's realized the only purpose of the occupation is as a way of making more money and laundering more money, and they did as much as they could in temporarily occupied Crimea, Donetsk, and Luhansk, and then they had to do the full-scale invasion. And this guy Kalashnikov tells this story, according to the Eastern Borders podcast guy, of how Kalashnikov is quoting this guy whose job it was to create a pro-Russian sentiment among the youth and establish a political party there. And 50% of the budget went straight back to Moscow. 15% went to Medvedchuk, their would-be dictator, and then the rest was left. So Kalashnikov, obviously, he doesn't come to the conclusion that they should just give up. He still thinks that it's possible somehow, or that they went wrong, that they should do what the Nazis. This is the pièce de la résistance. Kalashnikov looks at what the Nazis did in Austria and thinks that's what the Russians should have done. They should have given them an economic boom rather than, annihilation and turning everything to ashes. And it strikes me, on the basis of what Lexicon was just saying, that the Americans they still are thinking logically like Americans, that, of course, the Russians want to make a go of the occupied territory
Oh,
and want to turn them into, what anyone normally would do if you decide to occupy territory. You try to turn it into utopia and attract other people in. And this premise is so wrong. Meanwhile, the Ukrainians and the Russians are playing the Americans for fools, which isn't very hard, sadly.
And just kick that
Yeah,
can down the
I,
road, basically, right?
I give it a slightly different take on this as far as what the U.S. thinks that Russia is going to do in the occupied territories. I think that in truth, what it really is that uh, Kushner and Witkoff and Trump and company, they really don't care what Russia is going to do in the territories, and that what they are saying really is just simply pandering, and they're just simply being agreeable to get what it is that they want, which is some sort of economic boost, some sort of grift that they're going to be able to take away from the process at the cost of the Ukrainians. I don't think that they really believe that Russia has. I don't think there's necessarily anything being pulled on them, but I do think what is being pulled on them is the idea that they're being encouraged to think that they're actually going to get away with this, and they're actually going to be able to get something out of the Russians as well as the Ukrainians. In that, I would absolutely agree with you that the Russians definitely are playing all of them.
fair enough.
You go ahead, Cody, if you want to add anything more.
No, fair enough. And yes, so the public logic is that. But of course, I'm not imputing any good faith to those three. As an American, it pains me to see these three clowns in the room. Yeah, it's just unbelievable. But anyway, that's how far we've fallen. I'll leave it at that.
Too true. The best thing America can do for Ukraine, because I think Budanov, Umarov, Kislitsa, and the head of the party from the Rada of Ukraine can definitely handle any American and GRU people they send along from Russia with military and other rashist politicians that they throw into the mix of theirs. I love how in Ukraine's official notification, which is a very long nothing burger from Zelenskyy, it's very polite, but he doesn't actually name the Russians by name. So he doesn't call them orcs, but he doesn't name the people. He just says, their delegation, which is, I think, a crafty way to diss them. Decoding, go ahead.
Yeah, and many of us, I'll just inject it into our upper or inner or outer consciousnesses. Ukraine has been good because under the Minsk process, for the first what was it? For the first 6 years, 7 years, they actually met in Minsk physically every month. These three committees, one of which was chaired by the OSCE on humanitarian, and it was every month it was a nothing burger. And then when President Zelenskyy got in, and I quote this in my Let's Compare Trolls, where I characterize President Zelenskyy as a 21st century troll at the end of March 2022, and Putler and Donald as 20th century trolls. One of the first acts of President Zelenskyy was to appoint three so-called bloggers to the Minsk committees, which drove the Russians nuts. And these were just ordinary Ukrainians from who had lived in occupied Donetsk and Luhansk before the occupation, who had like a YouTube following. And the Russians went nuts, and there was a big thing over the whole thing. But in the end, they continued to participate in the meetings. And basically what he and the people advising him saw was that the Russians were always trying to, because legally or formally, the Minsk process was between the OSCE, Russia, and Ukraine. Those were the tripartite structure. But the Russians were always bringing their occupation administrators, the head of LPR, so-called LPR, Self-Declared Republic, and DPR, along to the meetings. Actually, Crimea wasn't obviously part of the Minsk process. And what President Zelenskyy or those advising him were able to see was that these guys were just random people. And in fact, they weren't even from Donetsk or Ukraine. They were just their dictators. And they were able to see, well, these are exactly equivalent to these bloggers. So if the Russians are bringing these random people along and trying to persuade the OSCE and everyone else to make agreements with them and give them president status, well, Ukraine can just bring any random people along. And so I compare that process where a lot of the Ukrainians will remember the ones in control. And this is exactly what we're going through in Abu Dhabi and all these talks. And the mass media keeps falling for these trolls and going, oh, is there going to be peace? Is there going to be peace? Out.
Thanks, man. Okay, so two more items in the news summary. The French company EOS Technology, not to be confused with EOS in Australia, which is also a defense company. EOS Technologies from France, however, has delivered some loitering munitions that they make to Ukraine for field testing, essentially. The Rodur 330 strike drones with a flight range of up to 500 kilometers, and they're a batwing sort of thing that, wouldn't surprise me if was inspired by the Shahed or the Gerber or something like that, but they're have a pretty good range for a drone like that, of that size and configuration, and we'll see how they go. Essentially, it's a big French company trying out its kit in Ukraine and announcing that it's doing so. So we'll look for these little bat wings. There's a video or a photograph up in the nest for you there, so you'll see it when you see it, I guess. So thank you, France. And the Czech Republic population has raised through a public donation campaign an additional $3.8 million worth of energy aid to Ukraine. This goes along with the same folks who did Putin's gift. This Czech public is just fantastic in the donations that they can raise quickly. I really have a lot of respect for the president and the public here with 3.8. Good numbers, Jeff.
I'm wondering how soon the public can manage to force a no confidence vote in Parliament. Because that would be a wonderful thing.
I'm not sure. I think they have to wait until the next parliamentary elections and replace them that way.
Well, yeah, they may have to do that, but if they can put pressure, I believe the current government is in power because of a coalition. I don't think they got a full majority of the vote. And
all right.
Yeah, I think they put together essentially a center-right coalition of which they were the largest party. So if they can if folks in the public, if in the opposition can figure out how to split away, one of their partners, that could permit a no confidence vote, and that could force the government to fall. But we'll see. We can always hope. At least that's what I'm hoping for, because it seems right now like the Prime Minister and Defense Minister are pretty much fully bought and paid for by the Russians.
Yeah, that's true. So that's the news summary. Now, there's a couple of things I want to talk to you about. We still have time for. You want to talk about an economics thing. So I put the Rossetti article that you were talking about or in the back channel up. And we'll talk about that in a minute. But first, I told you the other day I wanted to talk to you about tanks because there was this very big study. Well, yeah, a big summary of an analysis put out by Jacob Janowski.
Yep.
The very respected folks who look at the number of tanks in storages and assess that things. The OSINT guys that look at all the Russian storages and evaluate numbers there. They once again, and they keep having to come back and do this, right? They keep coming back and saying, no, Russia isn't out of tanks.
Yeah.
because people are prematurely stating it, right? But the truth is, if you look at the number of the tanks that Russia currently has, and I was going to talk to you about this anyway, but then Euromaidan put together a summary with a good graph in it that shows what I talk about in relation to this. And essentially, these two tweets are up in the nest. The data, look through if you'd like to. Jacob Janowski's data. It's a really fantastic summary and well commented on by the guys like Jompy and others who regularly quality check and do those assessments. So it's like a peer reviewed group. But the Euromaidan has summed it up as, if you look at the numbers, Ukraine's destroyed over 9,000 Russian armored fighting vehicles and tanks in 3 years, and Russia replaced every one of them. This is what Jompy and these guys are saying. They've replaced every one of them. But the key is, a year and a half ago when we looked at it, Russia wasn't out of tanks, but they were about half of the way through what they had in storage. And
Yes.
now, a year and a couple months later, they're literally out of everything in storage. So the key is, Russia is working out of current manufacturing capacity for tanks. We won't see an army in Russia any bigger than we see today as far as armored fighting vehicles go, because
Yep.
they're kind of at their production capacity, and they're essentially not replacing everything that they lose all the time. So it's kind of an everybody's right, but the key way I want to look at it is, what it says to me is, the target is, Russia will never have an armored fighting vehicle laden army bigger than it has today.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and that really gives you a finite target to shoot for if you're trying to build out an offensive capability to overwhelm that with all the means by which you do it, right? Air, artillery, drones, tanks, helicopters, everything.
Yeah. I'm thinking about this, looking at those numbers, and thinking about Russian defense requirements, not just in Ukraine, but also in the Far East, and internally, and thinking about what they might have that's left over that they could possibly throw at the Baltics. And it really comes down to the numbers that they have are ones that could be easily met by resources that NATO has currently in stock.
True. Yeah, true.
You know, so it's actually it should be a relief, I think, to a certain degree for NATO, and hopefully, as a consequence of that, will make them feel more comfortable about throwing more resources to Ukraine over the wall. And the other thing also is that we have to keep in mind is that I think that they are talking about what is it, 250 T-90s a year is what Jompy and others and this guy Jacob
yeah about that. But I'll note that factory that makes those, Chelyabinsk, has only gone to 4 days a week work weeks.
Right. So they're probably not up to that production capability. And they are also having problems that the tanks that they are producing or have been converting have not been getting the same quality of electronics that they did before the start of the war. And we're talking about, I think, for like the BDR-3s, which I think is what the one, or 4s actually, I think is what is currently in production. I think they're also still running 3s. But I don't think that they're, if I remember the numbers correctly, I thought that they're talking about 450 to 500 of those a year is what their estimated production capacity was, or has been over the last 4 years. So a couple takeaways there is that Ukraine has probably blown up more vehicles than is actually showing up in the numbers. And this is one of the things that I was looking at when I was doing my calculations for Russian artillery, a couple of years ago, 3 years ago, when I was trying to figure out when Russia was going to reach a critical point with, in particular, their mobile artillery, their SPGs, And they did reach that. They did hit that. And pretty much now what they've got with SPGs is what they're going to have. And basically their production, any production they might have, is just barely, if anything, keeping up with maintenance losses, maintenance casualties. So
they're working out of current production for those things, and also missiles, because overnight from the previous night's strikes, we have bomb debris, we have missile debris in 2 locations that confirm that the S-400s they've been using in ground-to-ground mode instead of as surface-to-air missiles, those things have a manufacture date in 25 in December 25 and January 26. That's this month.
Wow.
Folks. So there's that, and a KH-101 that was also recovered, that is also produced in the last bit is the 30th missile, 70 but 61, made in the first quarter of 2026. That's also January. So these missiles, these KH-101s, the S-400 complexes, the tanks, the BTR-82s, the BMP-3s, the stuff Russia is using now, T-90s, they can only make what they can make now, basically, and they shouldn't be getting any bigger as an army, because Ukraine is killing more than those numbers each year.
Yeah.
Significantly more than those numbers. So this army of Russia is still very dangerous, but we need not fear it or see it as an insurmountable thing at all now, because Ukraine has literally gutted it. As I've said before, they've cut now virtually everything they have out of storage for these things. 1,800 left out of 10,400. Ukraine, if Russia keeps up their current attack method and their current attack tempo, they are likely to be out of that anytime soon, and then they truly will be just making what they can make each year, a number which is significantly smaller than what is getting killed annually by Ukraine. Ukraine could grind this war out for 3 more years until the Russian economy collapsed, if they needed to.
Well, it'll be faster than that, because by my estimates, thinking about the production numbers, is Russia is currently losing close to their annual production, at least in tanks, every quarter. And it's probably a little bit longer for their armored fighting vehicles and APCs, but not that much. So they're actually going to see in the next year, just within the next year, they're going to see a significant reduction in capability, even if they are able to keep up their current production numbers, which I do not think they're going to be able to manage. Not when you've got Ukraine actively knocking out electrical systems and blowing up logistics and making it difficult for Russia to move materials, increase sanctions, everything else like that. They're not going to be able to get the necessary material to the tank factories that they need.
And that I think is exactly why Chelyabinsk has shut in production to 4 days a week, and is therefore not paying those workers either, save some money. But I think they are materials limited in the production of those T-90s.
Yeah, they're material, and also I've been following some of the reading from OSN about the storage depots and things like that, and it is very clear to me that it looks like there is the look of a bunch of stuff still in some of those depots, but truth be told, most of what's left there are like T-62s.
Most of what's left there, regardless of the type of it, is really just moldering metal bits at this point. Almost nothing left at this point, I understand, looks to be serviceable at all. It's just some spare parts you might get off of it as a junkyard, and the rest will just be scrap metal.
Yeah. So the upshot is Ukraine is chewing steadily now through meat rather than skin and fat, and that every loss is that the Russians are suffering now is actually a net reduction in their total force capability. That's a big thing.
And the real way this will show up is, of course, we're going to see T-62s and T-whatevers, old T-54s. We're going to see old crap still coming up.
Well,
but a trend will start where we'll see T-90s, T-90s, T-90s. And that'll be the next solid indicator that that this, in fact, is what's happening.
Well, they've run out of, if I recall, they've actually run out of accessible T-54s and 55s. And they were taking a bunch of those, and they were actually converting those to other purposes. Some of those were getting converted into.
Yeah, they were getting converted into armored personnel carriers, weren't they?
Or armored personnel carriers and engineering vehicles. You know, keep in mind that makeshift bridging vehicle that got blown up near Kupiansk, somewhere up there. That they were trying to use that to put a bridge over, I think, either the Oska or some tributary thereof that the Ukrainians smacked. They were doing a certain amount with that. I think that one of the other things also that they're having trouble with is they're running short of what amounts to their tractors. You know, the LDT, what is it? The LDTs, MPT.
MTLBs.
MTLBs. Yeah. So they are running short of those as well. And that's a very important logistical workhorse for them. That's frequently what they're having to use to tow around their tube artillery, which is also, as the other thing, is that they have maxed out with the self-propelled guns. So all of those are one of the reasons why we're seeing all of those artillery losses is that they're now using tube artillery, and that means that after they shoot, they don't have as much time. You know, they don't have enough time to actually get those guns relimbered and moved before either artillery or drones shows up and basically, you know, removes the crews, erases the crews, and damages the gun sufficiently that they either have to be scrapped or salvaged for whatever usable parts they could get out of it. Some of the drone attacks on those things also I've been finding curious is that they're actually using small drones, and what they're doing is they're using them in such a way that it damages the barrels. And you know, I'm not sure exactly what method that they're using for them, and it might be that some of the barrels that they're using, particularly for the smaller guns, you can either cast guns or you can do what's called wire wrapping. Is that they actually they've got an inner sleeve, a solid, and then they do an outer wrap of wire around the outside, and then cover that over. But what that means is if you set off something next to the barrel, you're not having to, in order to make it unusable, you don't have to you're not dealing with trying to go through like 3 or 4, 5 or 6.
Well, you don't have to break through the whole tube. You can just break the cable that's surrounded it.
Exactly. And so that effectively makes the weapon unusable, even if you really don't do anything else to it, because what you'll have is you'll have a sudden dramatic failure that where you actually blow back, you get blowback as the shell gets stuck in the barrel and goes off, and pretty much blows the front off the gun and blows the breech out of the back, and it creates a very bad day for anybody who's within 50 meters of it. Yeah. So we're seeing that. We're seeing a lot of that. And they still have and they're moving steadily through, in terms of the towed artillery, they are moving steadily down caliber. They do not have as many 152 millimeters anymore. They're moving through, they're grinding through their 122 millimeter towed artillery. They're having to start using the 130 millimeter, which is even older and less accurate. So you're really talking about Russian artillery now. What they can place is you're dealing with stuff that has no precision at all. That in terms of CEP, we're talking about at long range, at the end of their range, you're talking about a CEP of a kilometer. So when they're firing shells, they're basically being sent to who they're basically addressed to whom it may concern, rather than any specific position. And it shows, because they're having the Russians more and more really. They will use the artillery. They'll use a lot of it. They'll fire off a lot of shells, and it can be terrifying, because, as people say, quantity has its own quality. And if you throw enough darts at the wall, even if you're blind, eventually you get a bullseye. And so they are still using volume of fire like that, which is problematic. But more and more, to actually kill stuff, to make sure they kill stuff, they're having to rely on their drones. And that's the only way that really they're able to really maintain their control of the battlefield.
Gotcha. Hey, I noticed War Doggo's joined us, and that's my heads up that Andre will probably be in here any second as well. So if you want to come sit up and have a question for Andre, War Doggo, or want to participate in the conversation, put your request in, and we'll bring you up, and you can participate in the discussion. And in the meantime, have a look at the fundraisers we have in the nest way over in the right-hand side, where always the volunteer form is up there first, and then the rest of the ads. But in particular, the ad to help War Doggo's team out in these extreme temperatures and finish up that electronic warfare laboratory that Andre's working on, as well as the shotgun appeal. Go ahead, Jeff.
I was going to say, my first question, if he doesn't mind, with War Doggo, from his perspective in Ukraine, how accurate are my assumptions? Am I in the ballpark? Am I way off base? I'd really like to know that. But if you don't have the answer, it's okay.
Well, go ahead, War Doggo. When is Andre's going to show up in his own account? There he is. So I'll let War Doggo speak, and we'll bring Andre up. Hang on 1 second.
Go ahead, War Doggo.
Morning, everyone. Hope you're doing okay and everything is fine. Yes, exactly. We are exactly a couple of minutes off from having an interesting discussion with 18th Brigade National Guard of Ukraine, formerly called Volunteer Donbass Battalion. Quite capable guys who locate themselves these days holding the line in Chasiv Yar, and Chasiv Yar is the place where Russians are not moving for quite a long time, because guys are holding the line effectively. And yes, exactly as you mentioned, guys are having this days quite intensive attacks and attempts from Russian side, like everywhere along the front line. And I'm super glad to tell you that we are just $500 off from our intention to bring not only the electronic equipment, which you can see in the first item in the nest. I apologize, I did a mistake writing the post. Instead of saying $500, I just left the K thousands identificator. Definitely we are not 500,000 off from target, but just around $500 off the target. And on top of the electronic equipment that we would like to bring to Andrey's guys electronic warfare training center, which is one of the strategic projects which will help to train the new guys, not only from the 18th Brigade, as you can see on the initial message, the flags on the walls, the brigade flags, those are related to the other brigades that are having the cross training in 18th Brigade, considering the effectiveness and considering the successful story of 18th Brigade, but also considering the extreme temperatures that are in Ukraine. It's getting a bit milder from Monday, but not everywhere in Ukraine. But and also let's not forget that the next winter is still there, and the next months that we have in Ukraine after January, which is February, in Ukrainian is called Lutey, which is fierce, and usually the coldest temperatures are in February during the winter before spring takes in. And on top of the electronic equipment, we would like also to bring a couple of diesel air heaters, pretty effective. Just the diesel burners that heat air by burning diesel, and they are very effective for not producing any heat exposure, significant heat exposure, and if carefully managing the exhaust from that device, it's almost not possible or not spottable, and it's definitely not comparable with the wooden stove or anything that burns
Less than a
wood.
car
Yeah,
exhaust.
absolutely. And we've got already Andriy with us. Привіт, друже. Morning.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
How's life?
How are you? How are you, Andre? Good morning, sir.
I'm okay. I'm okay. Everything is usual. From the last news, Russians start making huge pressure on Slavyansk city. From the last 3 days, they're using a new modification of FPV drones. Unfortunately, we still don't have any evidence in our hands, but we see in action it's slightly modified drones, but we will manage with this. It's not the first time, and I'm sure this is not the last time. In our area of responsibility, our brigade is more or less stable. We still in the Chasiv maybe 5 or 6% Chasiv still is Ukrainian. And by the way, we are not alone over there. 24 brigade of Ukrainian army with us. This is our neighbors. We are holding this line back to back with these guys.
The drones that are being used on Sloviansk are these FPV or are these strategic type drones? And are
No,
they
FPV. Just a
and
regular
they're
FPV.
right?
12-inch frame.
And are they coming straight out of Seversk or down from the forested area up there at Yampil?
Yeah, from this direction. Sorry, I can't.
Bastards.
Yeah.
Good. Sorry, don't let me ask you too much. But they're gonna. While they might be droning across that area, there's a very, very large open area they'd have to cross there still to get to Sloviansk. So this is just drone attacks or drone and artillery at this time, do you think?
No, only drones. No any artillery, because all in this kind of weather, it's quite cold outside. Every artillery shell, it's make a very significant like a point we can easily spot from which side its shell is coming. and after that, our
And the
drones.
counter battery fire is very
No,
good, isn't it?
no, not a really counter battery fire. We're using drones. This is much more effective. Much more effective. We
Much
just
more
sent.
cost effective.
Yeah, exactly. Because all
But-
these counter battery, it's like you spent a lot of shells. You put in risk your crew, and effectiveness is like below
and a couple of
25%.
one shell costs as much as a couple of small drones.
Of course. We use very not a very like a small wing type of drones, like Russian Molnia, but a bit smaller. It's very easy to use.
Like the ones the Australians provided, the SciPac drones. I mean, these aren't the cardboard ones you're talking about,
Yeah,
but those little small ones.
yeah. It's easy to use, very effective. Its effectiveness general is around 90%. This is really good, really good. So in this
Well,
way,
and the good thing is those are efficient. They fly like a plane does with a fixed
yeah.
wing.
Even
And
if they have jammed a signal, it still can think like a planner going to the
right,
enemy side. Yeah,
right, just dead reckoning from that point. Um, uh, and they can carry a pretty significant payload too. Something those SciPac ones. You're not using these, but the small SciPac ones that they got from Australia ages ago, that they used in Pskov, by the way, I think those carried like 3.5 to 5 kilograms, depending on the distance you want to go.
up to seven already, up to seven, no
Ah, you
problem at
guys have
all.
milked it for a 7.
Yeah,
Well done.
yeah, up to seven. There's more powerful drone motors, better engineering of the wings, and in the end we have more effective drone at all, and of course less cost of using of these drones. And but mm, it's also a very difficult terrain area here in Slavyansk, Kramatorsk. It's a lot of hills, and in one hand, it's very good for us for defending this area, but on the other hand, it's also a huge problem for organizing all this stuff with our signals unit, with electronic warfare, electronic support. It's difficult. Actually, this is the reason why Putin wants so much this Donbas region, because here understand his generals, they understand, because after Donbas it's completely flat area, and it will be very hard for Ukraine to keep a defense line in this area.
Well, you'd have to start over. I mean, you'd have to build an entire new set of defensive lines, like was built along through the belt cities. It just makes absolutely no sense militarily to give that up, and under any circumstance. And Russia just literally can't take it from you. So
Absolutely,
I
yeah.
don't get an opinion, but I'm against it.
Yeah, absolutely. Nobody want to give up here because we spent a lot of hours to make everything, all this defense line here. Our brigade was also involved in all these engineers. Um, we make like a joint engineers squad who are worked with this barbed wire with all this.
Oh
Sorry,
yeah,
guys.
engineer
Yeah,
obstacle
yeah,
makers. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
One
Not
moment.
to
I need to
mention the
make a
blood.
telephone call.
Okay. So he's got to step away for a second to make a telephone call. In the meantime, hey Sam, how you doing? Welcome up to speak. War Doggo, is there anything you want to say before Andre comes back?
No, just unlimited gratitude for your today availability and let's say interest to host the guys uh, who just simply can share the experience in Ukraine and overall sharing the context about Ukraine, because look how many things we all know about Ukraine better for overall general understanding. And context is important when someone is making decision, when someone is discussing Ukraine. Having this knowledge about Ukraine brings much better perception and much better perspective. And look where we are comparing to when the full-scale invasion started in 2022. And I would like to remind our dear listeners that the war in Ukraine started in 2014 with occupation of Crimea and with Russia trying to start a fire in east of Ukraine. And look where we are, understanding what's good, what's not, and how Ukraine is bravely fighting these days against the Russian invasion. And we all understand that this is truly Bible story, good versus evil. Back to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jeff. I don't know if there's anything you want to add here at the minute, news wise. Otherwise, we can cover another story or two before Andre comes back from his phone call. Apologize, everybody, but people have to step away when you're when you're at or near the front line.
Yeah.
I
Well,
want to ask him what he thinks about the fact that the weapons being used on Ukraine right now, the KH-101s and the S-400 missiles, appear to be manufactured this month and used this month. And what does that say to him about their stocks? Because I think it's telling, Jeff, as I said before. War Doggo?
Yes, absolutely. As you rightly mentioned, they are throwing everything at us that they have, and also the anti cruise ship anti the let's say the missiles that are used against the sea targets, which are quite powerful, significantly more powerful than the regular missiles, but significantly less precise, with the precision left or right, plus or minus 600 meters, and the just simply because of the specifics of the marine warfare, actually,
yeah.
the uh, the sea target, which is the I don't know the military ship, is a big spot in the open seas, for which for the means of attack is much, let's say, easier to precise the shot rather than in the highly let's say saturated electronically and anti let's say missile anti flight warfare and so far and so on. It means I would not be like too much optimistic saying that's nothing that they have left and so far and so on. The fresh missiles showing they're capable to produce, and straight from the production line to be sent Ukrainian on our hands. On the other hand, it means that it also shows that the components from which those missiles are produced are still a subject of sanctions avoidance. And if a couple of countries whose components are, let's say, located in those missiles do their job well, in help to break the supply chain of the components to Russia, the fact that they are throwing everything straight from the production line at us will even more complicate for them and even more help to use this in the negotiations, actually effectively applying something that had to be applied from the very beginning. I would put it like this. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you, War Doggo. I did have a question a little bit earlier. And you may know, as I said, you may know absolutely nothing about this. Um, I am really curious from your perspective whether some of the how accurate some of the assumptions I've been making about our Russian artillery use are. Do you have anything that you can give me in terms of how close I am in terms of my assessments of their capabilities now versus what they were a couple of years ago?
Well, I may not have any specific precise info, but overall, the war that they are conducting is emptying resource-wise. Not only Ukraine, which is their target, not only that the quality of the resources, human resources at war is declining, which is obvious, let's say, target of the kind of the war that they have thrown, but also the equipment. It is not far from being trust because they are importing different type of the equipment, mortars, artillery, barrels specifically from countries like North Korea, and they are supported with different specific components from China massively. But China didn't supply so far no any assembled military complete piece of equipment, but components are yes weapon exactly.
Hasn't delivered any weapon
Any
system
weapon, but they
complete.
are massively supplying
That
with
was what Budinov
components.
said.
Yes,
Yeah.
but they are massively supplying with the components, and overall, the stocks of Russian artillery equipment, so let's say different types of weapons that. How to call it, self-propelled howitzers, different type of Soviet equipment. The wearing out rate, as we see both, let's say we can use the example of Ukraine, knowing that almost majority of equipment, the I don't know uh, the
The old Soviet era equipment.
yes, the different type of the equipment that Soviet era equipment that Ukraine started this war has been already worn out or has been already completely destroyed, and many items in the artillery that Ukraine is using, many of those were those that Ukraine captured from Russians, and at the first priority now arrives the different artillery systems that arrive to Ukraine, even of the older ages of the older ages like the M 101, if my memory doesn't
Yep.
fail me about the naming, which saw the
M105.
yes, which saw the Korean War still. I think it was 101, if my memory doesn't fail me, which was still seeing the Korean War after the Second World War production, but still that simple, very durable equipment is much better showing itself rather than the Russian one. But the problem is, or post-Soviet, but the problem is that Russia has the mass of post-Soviet equipment, and they still have some in their scrapyard that they can still recover less and less. But this is the reason, by the way, why they import from North Korea, from now less from Iran, because Iran is having their own troubles coming. But overall, this axis of evil, if we think China, Iran, North Korea, they are supporting Russia with different type of equipment and different type of weapons that they desperately try to use in order to throw everything at this, as they think, very decisive moment, because they think that in the negotiations now they are in the strong positions because they think they are winning, which is actually not. And many experts say that holding this winter up, Ukraine will be in much better position surviving that winter. That's quite an easy thing that we have to do, is just to survive this winter. That was a joke. Back to you, Andriy.
Yeah, dry, very dry.
Andriy, you're already with us.
Yeah, I'm
Well, you
here.
just break in when
There he is. He's
when
back.
you're in. You just break in. You don't have to wait.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly. Anytime you come back, just shout or wave your little hand, and we'll pop back into you now. Jeff, I think you had a question for Andre.
What I was regarding artillery.
Whatever. I thought you were going to go next.
Regarding artillery, guys, in a let's say in Ukrainian-Russian war, a sense of artillery and the effectiveness of artillery are below 20%, because all these smart shells, what are GPS guided, are absolutely useless, because we are jamming GPS continuously and Russians jamming GPS continuously. It's no any GPS satellite available on the front line. It's absolutely zero.
By the way, there is interesting also thing that even the big military vehicles that are the automated artillery machines, like for instance the Ukrainian Bogdana. They even, when the soldiers in this current warfare of the drones, where every minute of the at the front line there are 15 to 20 drones flying all around in your area, every piece of equipment needs to be dug deeply, and when the guys see the size of the big machine that is carrying the big gun, they become nervous when they understand how deep they have to dig in order to hide that machine deep under the ground. And even like this automated howitzers like Bogdana, they start producing separately towed part of the machine, not because they have lack of the transport, because they have a very good chassis. I think it is Tata Steel, but they understand that to hide the towed artillery is much easier, and to dig under the ground that piece of equipment is much easier,
and better.
Yeah, but still there is
better
absolutely, and still
in a drone world.
Still it is very important, because the tactics of use of different equipment, because the automated howitzers, they are quite easy for this kind of hit and run tactics. When you arrive to the area, you hit you launch several projectiles, and then you relocate using.
But the problem is, shoot and scoot isn't necessarily as survivable as hiding the artillery piece in place, because the drone interdiction is so fierce. Yeah. Andre, let's see if Andre's there.
Sorry, guys. Could you repeat, please, your question?
Well, the artillery also isn't nearly as useful anymore, because, like the Bodana system, shoot and scoot. You if you try to do that, you're likely to get caught by a drone, and it's better sometimes if you have a 155 artillery piece to just build that a very good fighting position and cover it rather.
Every position what are stationary, yeah, what's
right,
not today, maybe tomorrow, maybe day after tomorrow, will be spotted by Russians 100%, and you will have everything from Shahed drones to fiber optic drones over there. So it's really very hard to hide huge machine like Swedish Archer or Ukrainian Bogdana. It's very like it's like I don't know, like a Russian Kamaz truck size, like a Volvo
Hmm.
truck size.
Hmm.
It's very huge machine
Sure.
actually. And effectiveness, guys, effectiveness. All these smart shells are useless.
Yeah.
Yeah, all
Right.
shells, even when we have this first support from NATO and they transfer this 777.
The 155, the towed artillery piece,
Yeah,
very good
yeah,
piece of
yeah.
kit.
But the life cycle of the barrel, it's very short. It's very short. It's something like 200 shots, and that's it. And after that, you have to change it.
Yeah.
And what's going on Ukrainian war? You sometimes you have 20 shots per day,
Right.
and
Yeah. Okay.
yeah, and after that you have like like a spread plus minus 300 meters.
Yeah. I had one of the questions that I had was I've been thinking besides the loss of the smart shells, the stuff that's guided by GPS, is one of my thoughts had to do with the Russian artillery that's showing up. They're getting the older 130 millimeter and 122 millimeter rather than 152. And I'm wondering, is the volume of fire still the same? And is there even less accuracy than there was previously uh, without the smart shells? It's on the Russian side.
And I can tell you what's going on in my area responsibility, but just 20 kilometers to the right, to the left, it might be completely different story,
Hmm.
because it's depend who are in front of you. In our area, we have some troubles with mortar 120. Yeah, with this old Soviet, but 152 or 155, what actually Russia also have this caliber from North Korea. It's not really, maybe 1 to 2 shelling per week.
Interesting. So the higher
Yeah,
calibers they
but
don't have as much of.
in same time we have 120, 130 FPV drones per day,
Right.
per
Right.
day, per day.
Per day, of course.
Yeah,
Now, tell me
yeah,
this, because this is my next question. Does the National Guard have make access of the Delta system, and
of
have
course,
you if
of course.
and have you looked at and what do you think about the new mission control system?
We use it already 1 year. This mission control system. It's I don't know. Maybe it's come to the
That
news.
figures. I'm just getting the announcement yesterday.
Yeah, yeah. It's probably yes, because it was like official. Delta. Uh, I was in United States in August. Yeah, I believe in August, and I showed to some uh, American generals our Delta. Oh, guys, you have to see their eyes. That, oh my God, this is absolutely amazing. This is like a Swiss knife in your pocket. Yeah, it's everything. It's your planning, it's your streaming, it's your tactical chart, tactical map. Where is everything? It's your intelligence. It's all in your pocket. This is absolutely amazing stuff, really. And a few days ago, I had ex retired Canada general lieutenant, I believe. Yeah, and this guy make a training with the TLP procedures with us, with our staff, and he also was really surprised. He know about Delta. He heard about Delta, but we show him a few tricks, how fast in this condition you can make decision in a battle. This absolutely amazing stuff.
And that's it, isn't it? It really speeds up the way to the iterations on how fast you can react and work your way through a plan at the same time, isn't it? And so Fedorov is just announcing mission control now. Maybe that's because it's going to be made for sale or something like that. But he announced it like it's a new module for Delta that was going to eliminate all those spreadsheets that you and I were talking about last time. That how you still have to sometimes keep bureaucracy in parallel. This advertises as if it will get rid of all that for you.
Thankfully, we are slightly transferring our reporting system to let's say to all generals around us from this Excel spreadsheets to Delta, and it's first of all it's real time. So we hit, let's say, Russian tank. Our operator just upload in Delta proof, so video how we done this, point on the chart where we done this, just click one button upload, and all our generals immediately got this information. So it was Russian attack, tank over there was destroyed, but this team, by this squad, by this brigade, give him a chocolate. like this, like this. And it's nice, but in my regular duty and regular job, what I done here, I mostly use Veja system in Delta. This is a streaming platform. This is like a, let's say, military YouTube. With we have all our hidden camera in battlefield, camera from the drones, camera from the FPV drones, from our fiber optic, everything in one place, and we manage this.
I believe this requires a bit of the context. It is because incorporating the drones on a different level, from tactical to strategic surveillance, and different types of mission planning and observation, having the military, as you rightly mentioned, military YouTube is a must to combine all together, and with let's say right level of access and the real-time streaming data. Veja, which is in English a tower, that's part of the module that allows to manage and to see all the streams that are drones are having, considering different level of observation that drones brought to the modern warfare, not only on the, let's say, this tactical level, observing the front line, but also bringing the information about early Russian preparations where they prepare for certain assault actions. So yes, back to you. Apologize for bringing in, but it requires a bit of context.
No problem. Carry on, Andre.
Yeah, and what is Delta? And also Delta is like secure storage, like a Google Disk for army use, and also secure chat with IS 256 encryption. Yeah, it's a bit slow because of very powerful encryption mechanism, but we have it.
Well, that's good, because I would, if you're using a encrypted chat like that, you'd think you'd compose your thought so that it was good and sound and small, and then send it, not bang messages back and forth like a signal group started by Pete Hegseth.
Yeah,
and no emojis.
yeah.
Right. Smokey, do you have a question? Or shall I continue to monopolize his time?
No, monopolize away. I'm just sort of listening and just processing right now, listening to what I'm hearing. I will say that hearing about the battlefield management system, like they're talking about, is really big, and a really big part of what is helping them keep the advantage that they have. War Doggo, go ahead.
I was just was mentioning you before the old U.S. artillery, and the one I just misspelled was the M114, since from the Korean War times. I think it was even yes, from Korean War and Vietnam. I've seen Vietnam Wars, and the guys
Yeah.
In Ukrainian army who recently were making kind of review of that artillery unit. They were saying it's simple, bulletproof, and it doesn't have any, let's say, how it is called, the end of the barrel that usually disperse
Yes.
uh,
Yeah.
the uh, usually disperse the gases, and they said that considering that M114 doesn't have that, I don't know, in the firearm it is called the the, oh, got that name in English. So the fact that it doesn't use that end of the barrel that disperse the gases, for them is much easier to hide that artillery unit, just simply because they don't have to repair all of the specific cover.
All the netting.
Yes, they don't have to redo this, and considering that exhaust is just straight, and the gases fly just straight, following the projectile, for them it's just much easier to hide that, because it's not cleaning the surrounding left and right of the artillery. And of course the range is limited, but still a very good piece of artillery. So even 1945, 1946 artillery produced by the US, by the Allies, is finding its niche in Ukrainian warfare. Even the artillery use is limited, but still to send some tanks thing, to send some steel on Russians' heads in the right moment is still one of the good things that is well used, even with such an equipment as M114. That was a thing that I was referring to.
It sounds like a fascinating combination of old tech and new tech. Is that you're finding some of the older technology in the modern battlefield is more survivable, and the stuff that was really important during the Cold War and up until the beginning of the war in Ukraine has limitations that, unless it's mobile, like the Bodana and stuff like that, so that they can dash in and then dash back out of the primary drone range. Stuff that's older, simpler, and smaller is actually more usable. Sam, you had a question?
I did. Yeah. Thank you so much for having me up. It's great to be here. It's not related to artillery or even weapon systems necessarily, so I don't want to, I guess.
It's all good as long as it relates to Ukraine. You can ask.
Wonderful. Well, yeah. So I'm a journalist. I've done a bit of reporting in Ukraine, most recently in and around Slovyansk this summer, and a lot of it is just traditional reporting, but recently I've been doing some work on prediction markets, specifically looking at Polymarket and some of the Ukraine platforms, or markets rather, that they have. And I was hoping to talk to Andre about the extent to which the Ukrainian soldiers are aware of these prediction markets, whether they're paying attention to them, whether there are concerns within the rank and file of the Ukrainian military about the markets, because I know it's been pretty controversial, and I'm just hoping to maybe get a few quotes about what it's like to be in a place where the world is betting on whether or not it's gonna fall.
Yeah, hi Sam. No, actually, I heard first time about this yesterday. Um, we have, in Ukraine, like this bad companies. Let's say like this. I don't know. It's like unlegal companies where you can make a bet, but this is
I mean, online casinos,
like
just
online casino. Yeah, but
And
this is
bookies.
all about sport, about some um, yeah, like Eurovision music contest and everything. But it's no any politics because auditory what is this company's pointed. It's not so clever, yeah. If you make a bet online, you, let's say honestly, you are not so clever guy, yeah, because this is like a casino or always will be in plus, yeah. Like, but making bets on
well, if
which,
you're
yeah,
one guy who have bankrupted several times the casino, one time you can become a president.
Well, yeah, him notwithstanding, the house always wins typically. Yeah.
yeah. I also have a friend of mine who was Вардога, how to say it's мастер спорта международной категории СССР. It's complicated to translate. It's he has a highest rank in USSR in chess. The top, yeah,
Grandmaster.
grandmaster of USSR. Yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah, and his visit on all casino when it was legal in Ukraine was strictly prohibited because he make a lot of money. Yeah, but it's like a 1 per 1 million.
So do you know the background on this poly market? It's a poly market is an avatar and a person on X, or it was an account on X that was originally an OSINT type of an account, but it was taken over by this betting company, and I think they're trying to build products for people to bet on in relation to the war in Ukraine with some sort of level of knowledge, so they can set the spreads or whatever. So that's its background. Frankly, I find it offensive
Well,
that they
it's
would bet on it.
yeah. This background smells very bad because come on, guys, this is people's life. Yeah, this is not a sport contest, football or
Precisely.
yeah. I can understand. It's your money. You have all full rights to do with your money what you
You
want.
have right to have your money stolen, but from whoever you
Yeah,
want.
yeah. This is absolutely you're right. But making bet on people's life, it's like a like fantastic movie from 80s.
Blade Runner.
For me,
Yeah,
it's
it's horrible.
yeah.
War Doggo, you're Ukrainian too. What do you think?
A part of just being immoral is totally disgusting. It smells kind of, vulture stuff, and it's totally inhuman, I would mention. Everyone is free where to spend their money, as you rightly mentioned, but to have the option of this kind of this vulture stuff is not only immoral, is just disgusting. I mean,
I think it is another channel also for mis and disinformation. What do you think?
what do you
Yeah,
mean by
of
that?
course, of course. Just thinking about this, and we are doing our war games regularly here, and we make some kind of bets here. We try to guess what next Russian move will be in our area. But this is war games. This is our planning procedure. Yeah, we trying to to organize.
Well, and you've got skin. You've got skin in the game, as they say.
Yeah. But this is not about money. Yeah, this is all about war of doing our job.
So I talked to a member of the Ukrainian military who is not from Ukraine, and we were just speaking in English about this topic a few days ago. And one of the concerns is that if you have commanders or even politicians who have access to a trading platform like Polymarket, they may be doing insider trading and making money off of the information that they have, and may not necessarily be making decisions that are in the best interest of the military or in Ukraine. Is that a concern that you have, as someone who's actually fighting on the front lines?
Sorry, Sam, I was distracted by telephone call, and I didn't get your question. Could you please repeat?
Yeah, for sure. So I was just talking to someone else who's in the Ukrainian military, and they were saying that one of their concerns is that if you have an opportunity for senior officers and politicians to bet on whether or not Russia will capture certain cities, it creates an incentive for corruption because people can make money off of battles not going well or off of Russian military success. And their concern is that these gambling platforms may incentivize corruption. Is that something that you're concerned about as someone who's on the front line?
Just to rephrase that, having the access to game planning and to the military information gains kind of the advantage that might encourage military to actually do the bet. But I don't think that Ukrainian military would actually participating in that crap. Just simply understanding that that's immoral. Even if tomorrow that platform like a Polymarket will start saying that they spend all the profits supporting Ukraine, still it will be disgusting and immoral. But what's your opinion, Andrei?
Guys, really, we're quite far away from these questions here in the front line. But, in my opinion, if it any chance of uncontrolled corruption, it will be. For sure. Because money, you know what I mean. But I can't imagine that somebody will give wrong orders on a battlefield for making some money. No, because all this system what we have here, yeah, we can make sometimes stupid decision. We can make wrong decision, but this kind of evil decision, really, I don't believe.
Well, okay.
Yeah,
So
I think it's far fetched, especially for people the likelihood of them being caught, because as soon as the bet was to come off, there would be some investigation, I would think, depending on how secret they keep. And that's the other thing, Sam, the secretiveness. I think there's just so many things wrong with this, from the potential for corruption to the ethics and the morals of it, to how the people involved in it are likely corrupt and stealing people's money, gaming stuff as well. So I don't know. It just sounds like a horrible idea, which is why when I heard about it, unfortunately, I kind of just ignored it because I thought, well, I don't know who'd take them down, but I think if it's easy to do, they should be deplatformed. But that's just my view. Decoding, go ahead.
Hi, Henri. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Welcome, Sam. I note that the grandson of the English fascist leader before the Second World War, Oswald Mosley, is in charge of Palantir in England. And that Palantir,
That's troubling.
he was quoted yesterday. Palantir, of course, owned by Peter Thiel, who is the Vice President Vance's controller, and interested in creating, I believe, Guantanamo or Auschwitz on the ice in Greenland. I note yesterday the grandson of Oswald Mosley talking about the help that Palantir has been offering Ukraine in terms of targeting data. And I believe, or I had heard, that Polymarket is associated with Palantir or with Peter Thiel. Maybe Sam could just give us a bit of a briefing on that. Is that true or not? If so, that would be very worrying because they've got their own equivalent of Delta. And then this would be integrated into it. And just as an aside, I just note that the Russians have their own poly market, which is capturing places on credit. And we see where that is going. And that Ukrainians' patriotism clearly has overcome any temptations about corruption on that level. So I wouldn't be concerned about that becoming self-fulfilling prophecies. Out.
I know what is Palantir, but I know Ukrainian Palantir. This is another platform like a Delta, but a bit with a different mission. Very, very handy to use, but classified it. I cannot talk about this, but everybody knows that Palantir exists, but nobody knows what it's doing. But it's absolutely Ukrainian made, and I heard the first time about Palantir from UK. I don't know, and I never heard the news, and I cannot answer on your question on this.
Oh, thank you, Henri. I was really asking Sam if he could tell us a bit. Is there a connection between Peter Thiel and Polymarket on the Palantir issue? Basically, after 9/11. In the United States, the CIA could not collect information on domestic people according to law. So Palantir became the outsource of the CIA, and this guy Peter Thiel, who's one of the richest people in the world and one of the PayPal, he was basically the originator of the PayPal crew.
You know what does it mean, Palantir?
Yes, it's from Lord of the Rings.
Exactly. This is I.
and I work on Dis and Folklore, which is the integration of folkloric tropes into geopolitical work, which I worked in Russia-occupied Ukraine as a diplomat. 2015, 2018. So Palantir fits perfectly into my. I only discovered it 3 years after originating Dis and Folklore, but it perfectly fits into it, and basically that system, which you can't talk about totally, please don't. It concerns me because that, like Delta should be integrated into this new NATO, which Ukraine can be the leader of. And we need to get rid of this Palantir targeting system. But anyway, out.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to say, another concern would be that you have intelligence agencies that are ostensibly assisting Ukraine, but that also means you have analysts and people outside of the country with classified intelligence, and they're able to bet on Polymarket. So, irrespective of the integrity of people in Ukraine, if you have someone in the Pentagon or the British intelligence system
You
And
just made,
they're
sorry to cut you off. You just hinted how to empty these guys' pockets just simply by the one who has all the intelligence information, and that's how they should be punished. If they created the vulnerable system that actually exploits human weaknesses, uh, they have to be punished. If not, if legally there is no law that can stop them from doing immoral things, there are the intelligence guys who can empty their pockets to make what they do actually nonsense.
right. Yeah, like certainly the idea of implementing some sort of regulatory system or ethics framework, I think, is very challenging, either at the national level or internationally.
Ethics framework on a entity that is based in X. I have no idea how you'd be able to accomplish that in this country, much less internationally.
Yeah. Well, yeah, a lot of my work focuses on the lack of an ethics framework for prediction market betting, because it's such a new space and it's not really regulated in the same way that traditional financial disclosures are. So, for instance, I'm in Canada. We don't have an ethics law that explicitly prohibits politicians from betting on prediction markets. So,
Well, it seems like to a certain degree it's like it's tail wagging the dog. You know, from how you're describing it, and I've had a little bit of insight into it. I haven't really seen much. This really strikes me as being in kind of the same general venue as like a lot of the stampeding herd of new crypto that keeps on popping up. That it's something that's being designed in many ways, essentially as a sophisticated grift. Um, but I digress. It's the sort of thing that I'm definitely with War Doggo here. It's something that I don't really see um, practical value to. Practical value for society. It might have practical value to the people who are running it, and some of the people are exploiting it. But I don't see it necessarily having practical value for society writ large. War Doggo.
No, absolutely. It's just leveraging on the human weaknesses and every perception that Ukrainian can bring on a certain instrument. First of all, is thresholding through simple and visible things. Number one, does it help you to Ukraine to win? No. Does it bring Ukraine with certain help and support in order to have the instruments to increase the survivability, in order to increase the effectiveness, in order to bring the victory closer? No. Then actually you can have every Ukrainian's attitude to such things: not effective, dangerous, exploiting human weaknesses, useless for Ukrainian victory. And unfortunately, considering the war that Russia has thrown on us, our existence is pretty simple and visible. Does it work, Ukraine victory? Yes or no? And that's the threshold of effectiveness and a certain things, how many Ukrainians treat the things, or for the army, for the defense forces of Ukraine, or for Ukraine's victory, supporting those. This is the effectiveness of Ukraine's fight for existence. It's just simple as that. Maybe sounding loud, but in fact that's the reality. In the war for existence, you don't have too much margin for certain things, and that's the reality. I think we have swapped the costs. And good morning, mockers. Hope your morning is absolutely fantastic.
Good morning, darling. Yes, well, I'm just getting some coffee, so, feel free to carry on the conversation. But, I have stepped into the breach. Good morning.
Let's give you...
Sorry,
yeah, please, Sam.
Word auto, and just one final question on this topic. So the government of Ukraine has actually blocked Polymarket's website. They've implemented a geo-block along with a whole bunch of other unregulated gambling websites. Would you like to see the Ukrainian government or Ministry of Defense take further actions? Is there anything that you think they should be doing that goes above and beyond to crack down on Polymarket? And this is a question for Andre or War Doggo.
First of all, there are the effective policies related to, let's say, illegal gambling and certain things that have been already established. If that brings harm to Ukraine, definitely it has to be regulated. But market is such a thing that whatever you put a restriction, if people need that, people will find a way. It is popular for a certain reason. It's just unnecessary for Ukraine, I would say. And I think that it has to be properly explained, so informational campaigns, that what they do is not right, and just to, let's say, strategically cut the interest to certain platforms like this, so which are gambling on unethical and disgusting things like they're like they're bringing in, and cutting the interest and cutting their popularity is actually natural way for them just to stop existing. As soon as they will stop becoming popular, they will stop existing. And I also let Andriy share his opinion. Do you think that it has to be blocked? I believe Ukraine has already all the instruments that Ukraine have applied to illegal gambling, and Ukraine I don't know. I'm not an expert in online gambling, and to be honest, I know that is a problem also in Ukraine's society, and Ukrainian government take measures in order to limit the access to online gambling. What's your opinion, Andriy?
And my personal opinion, it have to be blocked. It have to be blocked because it's like touching all bad things in people inside. Yeah, like, but like it's my really personal opinion. I don't know what's international law saying on this. Is it legal or not legal? But
Yeah, it's a very new thing, and a lot of people are still asking these questions. But I really appreciate the insight from both of you, and thank you so much to Will and to Jeff and everyone else for having me on. It was great to be here.
Thanks for coming.
All right, I'm gonna hop off, but you guys take care.
thank you.
Thanks for
And
bringing the important topic up. Maybe some things we are not aware, and maybe some things we like this polymarket is not. We don't have lots of opinion on this, but just simply because there are the other priorities. But it doesn't mean that this topic isn't important. It doesn't mean that it doesn't require the attention. It doesn't mean it doesn't require people doing the strategic job in this aspect, not actually eating the how to put it, being not feeded by people's interest, and making not making the wrong things popular, put it this way. Meantime, I've put it in the last couple of pictures about the 18th Brigade Training Center, and my question to Andriy: could you give us a bit of the info related to 18th Brigade Training Center, maybe something among the info that you can actually share, because there are many things that cannot be shared, but still, as soon as we are making the the proactive fundraiser efforts dedicated to 18th Brigade Training Center. Let's share some information related to what it is, how effective it is, and how important, which is the most important, how important it is to bring the electronic warfare stuff to the training center.
I need to interrupt you very briefly before you start here, Andre, because we've reached the top of the hour. It is time for a co-host switch. So I need to thank both of you for coming up and letting me ask questions, and offer a hearty Slava Ukraini to the two of you, and the best of luck. And a reminder to everybody else to go to the nest, look at the charities, and hint, hint, we've got some that are tied to the people who are talking to us right now. Push them over the top. They need it, and it will help shorten the war. But anyway, once again, everybody, Slava Ukraini,
Heroin Slava.
and pray continue.
Thank you. And I saw one moment, Vardoga, I saw Sam was raising the hand. Sam?
I think he already left as soon as we have discussed the topic he was
Okay.
interested in.
Okay.
We brought the opinion, and I think he's got +2 Ukrainians in the list of people who hate this horrible thing, that making the betting and all the gambling on the topics around Ukraine and which city is going to be captured next, which is disgusting, just a part of being immoral. Back to the training center, let us know a couple of things you would like to share, which you can share. Would be happy if you do.
We're discussing the coastal war, yeah? And what is the most expensive? The most expensive on this war, and I believe in every war, this is the people. This is the soldiers who are actually doing this job. And the most expensive, this is their experience, how much they know, how skilled they are. We are trying to extend our experience inside our brigade. And of course, we share our experience with our neighbors in the defense line, in the neighbors in the Donetsk region. We have like a type specific experience, very important because we are our brigade from a Slovyansk city. We are domestic for the Donbas region, and we know exactly all these hills, all this in Ukrainian language it's called terikon. This is artificial hill what was made by coal mining within the coal mining procedure. Yeah, and we already done a lot. You can see some official and photo what we can share from our training center. We have specific training center for our mobile anti-aircraft teams for our pilots. Now we have training center for pilots who are piloting. This is ground robots, what we're using for logistic, for medevac. Also, just a few days ago, maybe you saw a video in internet. Our ground robot was on the way from Konstantinivka to Drushkivka city, and on the road, operator found the wounded soldiers who got a hit from a FTB drone, and he just parked his robot near the soldiers and tell him through speaker, "Hey, come on, man, sit down, please. I will evacuate you." And he just brought him to Drushkivka to the doctors. It was absolutely amazing. And yeah, I know from other location, this ground drone with the heavy machine guns just took the hostage from the Russian soldiers. And two of them, yeah, Vardoga, two of them.
There was 4 guys that
Four
were
guys.
taken as a prisoners of war
Yeah.
by the remote controlled
Oh no,
the
fuck the show,
ground
well, fuck.
robot. Yeah.
Yeah. You see, war changed every day, every day. And now we are working for some kind of training center for electronic warfare and signal units, because we also have a very type specific experience, and unfortunately you can't go to the shop and buy necessary equipment because it's not exist. No any company uh, producing something what you can use for a training, for teaching to soldiers. So we all equipment what we will use, it's all handmade, and we're buying some amateur radio equipment and modifying it, um, like making classes. And it's I'm not talking about like a basic training what our soldiers have in training camps somewhere far away in Ukraine, because it's completely basic. It's more about tactical medicine, more about basic engineering, like how to dig your trench and how to deal with your AK or AR rifle. What actually very important. And just a small funny story. Yesterday, I nearly hit by enemy drone due to double feed malfunction in my air. And I done 100, maybe 1,000 times this training with a clearance from a double feed malfunction. But I'm always done with clear hands, never in gloves. And in a winter type gloves in a stress situation, it's not too easy to deal with this type of malfunction when rare. But I was lucky and everything was okay. So it's like a basic training what you must know for surviving here. And we are working on very type specific. Vardoga help us with delivering all this equipment, because for the second, unfortunately, we cannot buy this equipment in Ukraine. It's absolutely nothing, and the companies who can brought this from Europe or from United States, they really don't have an interest to brought just one piece of equipment. It's a lot of troubles with customs for the company, not for the like a private
And
person.
as always,
Private person.
using it as the proof of the concept, showing, leading the way in explaining how that can actually help strategically to become better. It also stimulates, what is stimulus? Stimulus from Latin is that beautiful stick that is used to encourage, call it this way, from the top.
By the way,
Yes.
about proof of concepts, our proof of concepts using DMR or scout rifle with a thermal optic against ambushing FPV drones are now implemented in the all Donetsk region. So all our marksmen or snipers who really don't have a lot of job now because of type of war what we have now, they are involved on drone hunting, and it's because of you guys, because of you provide equipment. We done our field test, we make a video, uh, we make official reports, and all our neighbors here in uh, 4 Army Corps now are using our experience, and it's like a very, very, very positive.
And if you think that marksmen and snipers hate you because of that,
Yeah,
is they are competing each other. They are creating the lead tables who have smashed more this ambush drones. So that's actually when we
but
say the proof of concept. That's actually how it works. Back to you.
like a first reaction. What you wanna shoot drone by marksman rifle? Are you crazy? I said, hey, take it easy, come on, we are doing in this and this way, we're doing like this. Oh, really? So like this first reaction always in military community, it's the most complicated things what you have to deal with it. Yeah,
Absolutely, and
yeah.
your situation with double fit malfunction is exactly showing that training is important. When the shit hits the fan, you never.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Varduga. Proper training is important. So my huge mistake was because I remember train as you fight, or yeah, train as you fight. It's like from one instructor from United States. I heard this. So my huge mistake was I done my training without gloves, and this is yesterday I just laughing from myself how stupid I was, because on a battlefield you always with the gloves, always. And now it's winter, -13 was yesterday, and I was in the winter gloves. It's quite fat and heavy, and not really easy to take this 5.56 round from your chamber with the gloves.
and plus the stress factor, because when the stressful situation comes, you are never that high as the theoretical training and all the readings that you have done, but you are actually under the stress. You're that low as you actually train your muscle memory, and as you have, let's say, trained this through the repetitive movements, something that stays at the core of your brain and actually becomes the muscle memory rather than theoretical memory, because all the theoretical stuff is just simply is gone when the stress is there, and only what you have physically trained, only what you made your brain to remember as a physical movement, that actually stays. That's why training is important. That's why the electronic warfare is less of the physical movement, but still as a strategic proof of concept that guys from 18th Brigade are intending to bring as one of the biggest advantage and expansion of the existing training center. That's for what you have the pictures as the latest message in the nest, and that's how we are going to use the recent donations to the proactive fundraiser. If you are going to listen this episode in the recording, you can just stick to the message in the nest. If you're going to listen to that episode via Spotify recording, so just hit in your browser the givebutter.com/proactive. That's actually how you get to the proactive fundraiser, and you can be sure that every penny that you decide to donate, that you dedicate, first of all, you see them live coming, topping up the overall progress of the fundraiser, and then of course knowing the history of our relations since the full-scale invasion, and even before, because we know each other with many guys whom we are helping these days on the front line. We know them since much earlier than the full-scale invasion. You can see in my profile all the reports, all the things that we were able to do, and like even now discussing with Andriy the previous proof of concept with the marksman sats that we used as a proof of concept and now becoming the standard procedure along the whole east of Ukraine front line, where marksmen are competing each other, hunting the drone ambushes, is something that actually your effort brought among of many other efforts that in Ukraine people are trying to bring something they can do. So the soldiers they have a bit better equipment, a bit better training, a bit better gear, a bit more safer and effective. That's exactly what this electronic warfare fundraiser for the training center of 18th Brigade is, and you can actually bring your effort in completing this fundraiser just right straight away as soon as I'm happy to tell you, we are just we're just 500 US dollars far from the target by just uh, from purchasing the equipment first, plus, and we are going to bring some diesel air heaters on top of the electronic warfare equipment. And those diesel air heaters, they're just around 140, 150 bucks per item, and they're very effective in heating the internal space of the dugouts and having the limited exhaust thermal exposure by just having almost no smoke, but they are super effective from 12 9 kilowatts of energy, having the fuel tank of 4 or 5 liters. It makes hours and hours of burning diesel and converting it into heat. Last year we were delivering the diesel air heaters to Andriy, among many other guys. I think we brought to Ukraine previous year like 100 diesel air heaters, which went from 3rd Assault Brigade, 95th Brigade, and of course to 18th Brigade. So we've got already guys who have their hands on, and this time on top of the electronic equipment, we can bring some heat to the guys as well, considering that Ukraine still has extreme negative temperatures, and the next month, February, which we call in Ukraine
Sorry,
luto.
Vardoga.
Yeah, please.
Actually, we're using until May because under the ground, in a position in the trench, it's quite cold until May in Ukraine. So it's not only for a winter time, and this stuff is amazing because you don't need to run around to find the wood, and it's almost no smoke outside. And if you hide this exhaust pipe in a proper way, we buying this extension pipe, just aluminium, very flexible, and we make a long line around 5 meters under the ground, and these exhaust gases are not so hot, so you cannot spot this position from a thermal drone from the sky. This is like our small tactic. Sorry guys, I have telephone call. One moment.
No worries. Meantime, I see Prince Heather have brought to the nest some messages related to the armored vehicle refurbishment and let's say
Sorry,
recovering.
Bardoga.
Yeah.
Guys, I have a call from my commander. I have to leave you. Well, thanks a lot. I'm very happy to be with you today. Thanks so much for supporting us, for supporting Ukraine. and hopefully next week I can come again. Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, thank you so much. I did have a question about what you were just about to talk about there, but I'll keep it to myself for now, or I'll tell you, in fact. But first, Lena, welcome.
Thank you, guys. Yes, yeah, that's a shame that our Henry had to go, but I just maybe even more Dogo can answer this question. I just have a quick question, really. How do you guys feel about drone warfare? Has much changed about it this year for Russians and for Ukrainians? And what do you think? What do you feel has changed? And I also kind of wanted to ask you about the I forgot the name of the drones that you use. I'll come back to me later on. I'll ask you another question if that comes back to you. I forgot.
No
But if you,
worries at all.
yeah, sorry,
I
yeah.
will also mark this question for our future discussion with Andriy, because that's an interesting question that requires a bit of wider context to be explained. If and wider context to be explained by someone who is actually on the front lines. Just simple and visible answer is the following. So the advancement of the existing technologies is something that brings the difference in the drone warfare for both Ukraine and unfortunately for Russian as well. The automation of different already used technologies and like precision strikes and long range, because drones are used in on the front lines in a different from the tactical from operative tactical and from the strategic use. You probably have been following the long range strikes on Russian oil and gas infrastructure. That's also part of the drones usage, and that's another important lever that Ukraine has on kind of a hill of Russia in limiting the flow of the income that Russia is having when they sell their fossils, and then they use that money in their economy to pump the war and to fuel the war against the sovereign nation of Ukraine, where the territory of Ukraine where they came unwanted. So those drone technologies are getting more advanced with more automation, different things that are related to cat and mice games. When something good is appearing in the drone matter, there is immediately the work how to find a countermeasure to that, and that appears for both Ukraine and unfortunately to Russia. All the drone warfare that Russia is using, that is something that they have learned from us. I remember even before the full-scale war, Alpha SBU guys, I don't know, duct taping the grenades to a Mavic drone and using it for first times, even before the full-scale invasion, and then to where it has evolved now. With, you remember when the unmanned system commander Magyar Robert Brody, when he was in Europe and certain event, when he said that nice military base you are having here, but it takes me 4 teams of my of my teammates to completely make this military base unusable. Just as that important the drone technology is, and different types of different types of anti-drone means, and anti-drone means avoidance is never-ending cat-mice games. And what Russia having used, they have learned from Ukraine, and Russians have one serious dangerous thing is that they are very good in strategic planning, in a sense of maybe the war that they have strategically planned and executed in Ukraine might be looking very stupid and would not be telling you that they are great in strategic planning. But overall, picking something effective and scaling that up in tremendous scale, that's actually their strengths, and they're using a lot that like I don't know the mm, the evolution of the drones, the Shaheeds that they took from Iran, and they are modifying it in the different types. You can see using the jet engines, using the different type of explosive charge, different type of anti-radar system, and so far and so on. So they pick the thing, they scale, they evolve. Then I don't know, the different kamikaze drones like Lancet, for instance, is something that they pick, they test, and then they scale up. So this is where the war is heading: more automation. And the Palantir use that recently new Ukraine's Minister of Defense being mentioning, that's also, let's say, confirming that direction to be strategically important. And overall, the target is the following. People should be far from the front lines. People should be safe. At least that's Ukraine's strategic goal. Russians are just throwing meat at the front lines. And for Ukraine, people should be far from the front lines, and front line should be operated by drones. You've seen already, let's say, ground drones that are uh, doing the evacuations. They are doing the medical evacuations of the wounded soldiers. You've seen already the drones that are taking the prisoners of war, Russian prisoners of war, and this component is evolving, and that's Ukraine strategically pushing to, let's say, to increase personal survivability and more automated precision drones usage, autonomous and let's say autonomous and automated, like targeting systems, patrolling, and the whole drones warfare that has been integrated into the military doctrines and becoming becoming part of the standard operation procedure playbooks. That's the reality, and that's how it changes even throughout this year. What I personally know, speaking with many people whom we are supporting on a regular basis, and current reality is the following: that in certain areas of the front line, every moment when you just find yourself, here is the horizon, here is in front of us, there is an enemy somewhere there, maybe we don't see them. On the left are their teammates from the left, on the right there are our teammates from the right, and on the horizon, in this area of the horizon, there is always up to 15, 20 drones all the time scouting the area in order to find the target and to hit the target, to destroy. I mean, only the enemy drones. And there are also our own drones that you never understand if it is our or if it is an enemy one, unless you use some specific electronic warfare equipment, by the way, which this community helped 18th Brigade, among many others, to have the equipment that allows to capture the signal from the enemy FPV drone, to see what the enemy drone pilot is saying, and by that understanding from where they have taken off, in order to take the measures to eliminate the enemy's pilot team, but also to see where they're flying, and to put the alert to everyone who might be in danger because the enemy is approaching, but plus also using the effective jamming to jam the radio controlled drones by specific types of the equipment that helps to identify the frequencies that enemy drones are using, and using specific targeted jamming to jam specifically those frequencies that they're using, but that's just going too much into the details. But overall, that's enhancement of the drone technologies that you asked, and we will expand a little bit more when Andriy or Alphys, you guys in the next days will be up with us, also explaining that matter with their personal experience, with their feet on the ground, and with our support, which is also very important, of increasing the chances of their survivability, helping them to rest better, helping them to be equipped better, and for that we have the proactive fundraiser. Again, you can see the message in the nest, one of those that is saying bringing the electronic warfare equipment to 18th Brigade Training Center, and we use the proactive equipment to support the most combat-ready guys whom we've heard even here at Volya Radio with our friends. You can see the message in the nest. You can type in your browser givebutter.com/proactive, and that's how you can get to the fundraiser and simply chip in with some affordable for you amount, knowing that it will be used maximum competent help to those who hold peaceful Ukrainian skies. I hope I answered your question. I believe this is it for me today as well. I also have to go. I will be listening for some time. If you have any questions, I will come up to answer. But overall, that's the moment I'm handing over to Mockers and Genesis Man to explain certain things, how the things are going, and maybe to bring some interesting news that are valid for today. Back to you. Thank you so much. Haxen Love from Ukraine.
Thank you so much, Wardago. And as you've heard, how important it is, and how grateful, the 18th Brigade and SBUL for our support. And so, don't let up, folks, because this is a marathon, not a sprint. And we're still moving forward, because there's no point looking back. There's no point. We're not going that way. We're going forward. So let's keep going that direction and making it work. Because there's no other options here, really, is there? Either works or it doesn't, and we better get on with making it work. Morning, Genesis Man. I suppose I'll say hello to you now.
Thank you, sweetie. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, so don't forget. So just to finish on the fundraiser, we've only got, I think Doggo, you said $500 to get to the next target. So I think people have a route around your sofas and in the back of your pockets. See if we can get that close out today. That would be a really good thing to do. But morning, Mockers. So what we got, girl? You got some stuff to talk about?
Well, I got a few bits, yeah. You see, Ukraine doesn't let up. They don't get, well, I'm sure they do get tired. I'm sure they feel tired. But you know what? They don't F around, not really. So there were a bunch of Russian regions last night which were, shall we say, not experiencing the greatest of times. And you know what? They shouldn't. They should be in fear of, freezing to death themselves, because literally that's what's happening in Ukraine. People are literally freezing to death at this point, because every time, the heating and lighting systems are repaired, guess what Russia does? Yeah, that's right. Try their best to knock them out again. And they're also starting to use, these almost unjammable drones, which basically have a Starlink strapped to their ass. I'll just point out that we know who produces Starlinks and who could turn them off if he wanted. He literally can turn off an individual Starlink if he wants to. Just saying. So anyway, while that's going on, and Ukraine is still having to deal with, all this nonsense that we can't possibly allow them to take out the source of these things. Oh no, that would be too much, wouldn't it? So anyway, this is what Ukraine is doing in response. So more footage has emerged from Belgorod with regards to a combined drone and missile attack on the power plant there. Also, Bryansk, also under the same sort of missile and drone attack last night. So Belgorod had around 50 explosions. Reportedly one of the heaviest attacks on Belgorod yet, and power was out in large parts of Belgorod. And it's about time they started tasting their own medicine, isn't it? I'd just say that. So we've had quite a bit of footage come out from that, and it does look as though that was quite heavily attacked, that combined heating and power plant, and that's what you get. That's what you get, because Ukraine is not without resources. And what? You think you're going to plunge us into the cold and the dark? Well, you too, come join us. It's not so much fun, and we'll show you exactly how much not fun it is. So, I mentioned Bryansk, didn't I? Well, other Russian regions, yes, also reported being attacked, including Bryansk, Oryol, and Taganrog. Power outages were reported in some of these areas. So, Murmansk, Severomorsk, these places have no power already. Belgorod, Bryansk, Oryol, Taganrog, and Rostov all were complaining of power outages as well. Zamansk near Perm is also blacked out at minus 23 degrees Celsius there. Jeepers. Oh well. 130,000 residents and a powder plant without any electricity. And I'll just say that, well, sorry guys, but, you should have done more. You should have done more to try and stop your own country from having this war, and you wouldn't have to sit in the dark and the cold. It's quite simple, really, because if my country was attacking another country like this, I'd have something to say about it. And, I'd probably end up shot because I am very outspoken. But the whole point is, if an entire country doesn't want their government to do something, you actually have the power. You just have to stand up and take it. Anyway, so there's a lot of that going on, and well, they're having the most incredible, bad times, and so they bloody should. Rostov region lights out. In Taganrog, a flash lit up the city, and then all the lights started flickering. Then there was a fire. It was noted, according to the local channels, that this was not related to a UAV attack. Did it just blow up by itself? Now, maybe it did. According to local channels, gas cylinders exploded. I wonder if it was more sabotage than, something else. That stuff over in Murmansk and Severomorsk, that seems to have been a sabotage. Either that or, somebody just... Look, their entire systems are falling apart. And I think somebody's just giving them a little push. Doesn't need to be an awful lot if it's already halfway broken. You know what I mean? And I think this, they're suggesting that this might be the same. So gas cylinders exploded, destroying a transformer on the Mariupol highway in Taganrog. The light from the explosion was seen throughout the entire city. So quite a big one. Smoke billowed. Electricity was cut off in several areas. In addition, residents of Taganrog are having to push the fire truck because it got stuck in the snow. Gosh, do you ever have them problems, Genesis Man, that you have to enlist the locals to push a fire truck?
No, Mockers. We put snow chains on during the snow. Good God. And I would have thought, because they get those sort of conditions quite regularly, that they would have them knocking around somewhere, but they can't be asked to put them on. Or that they've been nicked. What do you think?
I think there's some person with a big 4x4 who decided that he was going to nick them and cut them down for his own car. So we've got Belgorod thermal power plant also out. Oh gosh. I've come across a story that I might have to tell you about in a prune style. Prince, you there, darling? You need to laugh at this one. Let me just tell you this, just total tangent. Cucumbers in Russia have become more expensive than meat. That's right. Cucumbers, by the way, taste of nothing. Have you noticed that? They kind of taste of nothing, except that sort of like watery flavour that then you can't get rid of the taste of it for the entire day. That sort of flavour. Anyway, so they're more expensive than meat. Ordinary, short, fruited cucumbers cost more than 500 rubles per kilogram. Is it because people are using them to do other things? Because, when somebody brandishes a cucumber, generally, the first thing I think of is, yeah, it does look like one. You're right. So Russians are whining and refusing to buy them and expressing extreme outrage that they no longer have cucumbers. And, I'm just going to say, lucky cucumbers that they won't, these prices scare me. Cucumbers for 600 rubles. Well, I'll just say, what a shame, ladies. A tragedy. In fact, it's not just the ladies, is it? It's, it's the gents as well. I just think I'd point out that no more cucumber pleasure for those guys because it costs too much. Just saying.
Thank you, Mockers. I'm off my cucumber sandwiches now. But anyway, Yenny, you got your hand up, girl.
I have also never heard of the fire truck being stuck in snow and having to enlist the locals to get it on the road. Not once. And I'm old. I'll be 55 this year. So in 55 years, I've never heard of this. And I have quite a bit of snow. Not even the year when we had to enlist the military to plow the surface streets in the city I lived in. They put plow bills on the CV90 and they plowed the entire city. Not even then did the fire trucks get stuck. We had a snow depth that year of around 6 feet. It was around 180 centimeters, and I'm 158. It was not a fun year. We did nothing but shovel snow. Even then, the fire trucks were safe. So yeah, never heard of this. I had to come up and say that. Never, not even once. Thank you, because fuck Russia.
Absolutely. So, folks, there's a lot going on the internet these days, and I'll just say that theatre is, that they've managed to take over the narrative of everything with their, there's a lot going on. I'm not going to comment on it all, just to say, you know what caused the Maidan? You know what caused it to be successful? Young men being shot in the street. People wouldn't put up with that shit. And I'll just leave that where it is. So, Yes, folks, we have, a lot of Russian regions also in the dark, as well as Ukraine these days. But Ukraine has to keep, ongoing repairs, and I'm not sure how good Russia's going to be at those ongoing repairs. They too are experiencing the same problems, but they don't have the same, circumstances to sort things out. And in the meantime, Putin has basically ordered his people, or his, military folks, to produce Western weapons without a lot of Western equipment. But one of the things that I will note is that they are receiving Western equipment, and we need that shit to stop. Russia continues to receive Western components and electronics used in missile production, Western machine tools used to manufacture the missiles, and enormous profits from energy exports. So, these things we need to fucking stop. The Office of the President showed fresh missiles, which Russia has been using to attack Ukraine. This right, missiles manufactured in 2026. So, we could stop that. We could absolutely stop that. Now, the only thing that I think comes out as a positive to this is, well, if they're using missiles that were produced this year, they're firing missiles straight off the assembly line, which tells us that their stockpiles have gone. Ukraine's sanctions envoy, Vlasyuk, says Shaheeds are in the same situation now. They are launched as soon as they're produced, which, well, it tells us that they are no longer relying on their stockpiles, and they're having to produce everything new. Now, Ukraine's obviously doing the same, but they're producing, shall we say, at a higher rate because they've got better friends. Yeah, I think we can safely say that. And what we see from Russia is they're literally throwing everything but the kitchen sink at this point. And it is the last gasps. It is desperation. It is they're hanging by a fucking thread, and they're trying their best, to show how very tough they are because you can't possibly defeat us, blah, 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 blah. Now, if they're using them straight off the assembly line, we need to find that assembly line and take it out. Bomb the factories where they're made. Absolutely. Now, the very fact that they're doing this, it means they've got no redundancy. So, if this is the case, let's make sure that they can't produce those one way or another. It would be nice if we did our part, to be absolutely honest, and Ukraine didn't have to do it for us. But one way or another, we should be able to stop this. I mean, what are we at? Russia's threatening everybody with this fucking Oreshnik. Oh, excuse me, that was just a slip. And they have no more than 3 or 4 missiles left of this type. So I'm not quite sure what they're going to do there. But these are Soviet produced, and technically don't need an awful lot of additional input from Western weaponry. You know who produced them? You know who made them? That's right, Ukrainians. And that's why they still work. It's unfortunate. So what they said is they're going to start producing these on a serial basis in 2026. Now, they say they'll be manufacturing 5 or more per year. Now, there is a possibility that they may be able to manufacture them without using any, Western equipment because, well, the original ones didn't have any Western equipment in. They're very old school, but they work. And we shouldn't be giving them the opportunity to do that either. Whether they are a bit of a limp wrist compared to what they could be doesn't matter. Whether they have a warhead attached to them or not doesn't matter. They still do a shed load of damage, and they still terrorize. But this is the closest thing that Russia has to the, nuclear threat, and so they're sort of trying to capitalize on that. I don't think they'll really be able to build them, but they intend to, and that's the point. That no country that intends to have peace would start rebuilding these things again. So just keep that in mind. That's going to continue until they are forced to go home. It's quite simple, really, isn't it? And even when they're forced to go home, they'll still be doing all these machinations in the background. So
what is the United States supposed to do to help them out?
hello, who's that on my panel?
My name's Lewis. I'm not trying to talk crap to you. So, what is the United States supposed to do, or what are they supposed to?
Lewis,
Yes.
do me a favor, right? When people come up to the panel, they put their hand up and they wait.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll put my hand up. Sorry, I'll put my hand up.
Yeah, you have been told this before.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Well, the United States needs to sort itself out, to be absolutely fair, because
Yes.
ever since this particular guy got into power,
Donald Trump. You're talking about Donald Trump.
Yeah, I don't even want to say his name. I hate him that much.
Why do you not like Donald Trump?
Because he's cut off all assistance to Ukraine, apart from the stuff that they pay through the nose for.
Why do you think he did that?
Because he's working for Russia.
Okay, you think that. I voted for Donald Trump twice. So the money that actually...
You're actually a fucking moron, so piss off. There we go, sorry. That's how you deal with idiots like that. I apologise. There we go. Yeah, I can't talk to people like that. They're not here to discuss things genuinely. He's just here to be a knob. We can remember him from now on, can't we, Genesis Man? We won't let him up again because I will go round his house and punch him in the face if he carries on that shit with me.
Sorry. My fault,
right.
my bad. No, I've got him. He's gone. Don't worry.
It's all right, darling. It just... He's been trying for quite some time to come up and tell me how wrong I am. So, he can stick that up his ass. If it's not Nazi, why is it so very Nazi-shaped? I'll just say that. Anyway, where was I? That's put me off my flow totally. I hate it when people interrupt me, and that is why I get, what's that fucking noise?
Yeah, darkness in Russia. They're bombed, being bombed left, right, and Chelsea.
Yeah, and Lewis is coming up trying to make excuses for America. Fuck off, absolutely and utterly. Sorry. Right. Anyway, where was I? I'm going to go back to some bookmarks and try and remember what the fuck I was talking about. I don't even know what I was talking about now. Oh yeah. Right. Let's start here. Did you hear about? Oh yeah, I was talking about missiles. I remember now. Yeah. So I tell you what, I'll answer his question. What do we need to do to help Ukraine? We need to absolutely stop all the components for missiles getting back to Russia, one way or another. And that would be by enforcing sanctions, not just writing them down on paper, actually enforcing sanctions. That is the important bit. If we can't enforce sanctions, then what's the fucking point of having them in the first place? Sorry, I'm in a terrible mood now. So, yeah, what would be the point of having sanctions in the first place? I I think it's all very well and good announcing this shit, but unless you're absolutely determined to enforce it, what's the point? You're just going, hey, pat us on the back. Look, we've decided to decide something. Good for you. How about taking some action instead of just words? Because Jesus Christ, it makes me very, very annoyed. And, you know, the fact that I'm quite an emotional person anyway doesn't help. But imagine how annoyed the Ukrainians are. You know, we heard Zelenskyy literally almost lose his shit in that speech the other day, talking to everybody like they're children because we're acting like children. If we just don't look at it, maybe it'll go away. No, we need to be a bit more paranoid. We need to understand that when, you know, things blow up inside Europe, Russia is generally involved. You know, we need to be absolutely clear that Russia is attacking us, and we're literally just asking them nicely not to, and that ain't going to work. That ain't going to work at all. That's not helping. Yeah. Listen to this, by the way. A Ukrainian pilot is called Yellowtail. He says they'll climb up to 4 kilometers near the front line to drop bombs. And every pilot has 2 to 10 missiles shot at him while he is performing this mission. Every single Ukrainian pilot has to deal with at least 2 to 10 missiles, anti-aircraft missiles, being shot at them while they're carrying out their missions. These are coming from Su-35s or S-400s. And after the flight, you think, well, it's very difficult, but thank God I'm okay. Yellowtail flies a MiG-29. It's a big challenge to shoot down Shahed drones for a plane which flies 10 kilometers away. You know, it's like a little point in the sky. Russians launch Shaheds at an altitude of 1,000 to 3,000 meters, and they mix them in with decoys. The most challenging is when you have 1,000 Shaheds against you and you have no more than 50 aircraft, less air defense systems. And that is why we need more air defense. So thank you to everybody who gives us air defense systems and aircraft. I'd just like to ask a question that Ryan O'Leary is asking here. How do they fit their massive balls inside the cockpit? Because on every mission, they get 2 to 10 anti-aircraft missiles shot at them. Now I see exactly why European countries don't want to help Ukraine, in shooting down Shahed drones. Because they're shitting themselves that they will lose a pilot, because none of their pilots have ever had that experience of having to dodge 2 to 10 missiles every time they go up in the air. I mean, you know, that is quite a feat, is it not, Genesis Man? No, he's probably on the wheel or something.
No, sorry, Mockers. I was looking at something. We'll come back to that, but yes, it is a feat. And he says, look, where does he put his bollocks? Because they are massive and golden and like huge. Even I wouldn't. I mean, I've been in some pretty shitty situations in my life, but having that lot shot at me, no. I know that's a bridge too far even for me. So yeah, I take my complete hat off to them. I stand in in awe of what these people do but they do it day in, day out, because it's not just like every now and again, is it? Every time they get in the cockpit, they do it. So yeah. So just come back to me in a minute, because I've got some stuff to go in the nest that we talked about, but there's actual video of it now, and it's really, really interesting. But anyway, carry on.
Lovely stuff. So I have numbers and an Air Force report for you. So let's get those done. Yeah. That sounds like a good idea. So where are they? Did we talk quite a lot? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong person. That's why. Dear, oh dear. One of these days, I'll find them immediately. There we go. So it's the 25th today. 25th all day. Promise you, it is for me anyway. So what do we have on the numbers here? We have quite a spread of things. So let's see. We have 1,020 liquidated personnel, and I must tell you that the the total figure starts with 1,234. 1,234,040. So 1,234,040 or 040. Yeah, one of those. So I just I like numbers. Sorry. We have 2 tanks, woohoo, and 1 personnel armored vehicle. But another 32 artillery systems. I tell you what, it's getting regular that they're taking out this sort of amount of artillery systems, if not more. And just goes to show, doesn't it, the accuracy of Ukrainian work. Oh, right, okay, just making sure all the cats are where they're supposed to be. We have 1 more MLRS, but what's this? 3 air defence systems. Now that is good. I realised I put my slow cooker on with me braised steak. Beautiful. My kitchen smells gorgeous. So, yay for me being prepared. Anyway, so 3 air defence systems. That is cracking work, because, Russia, they sort of rely on these systems as just attack as well as air defence. So, the more of them get taken out, the better, as far as I'm concerned. Then we have, goodness gracious me, 847 drones and 15 cruise missiles because, Russia being terribly shitty neighbour and Ukraine being really, really good at shooting these things down at the moment. And thank God for that. But you know what they need in order to shoot these missiles down? That's right, air defence. Lots of it. And if you can't get hold of Patriot missiles, then, well, they're not the be-all and end-all. They're not the only thing that can shoot down all the missiles. But I tell you what, they do fucking help. So, more of that, please, if we can. One thing that I did note was at Davos, apparently, Zelenskyy did make an agreement with Trump directly that air defence missiles, more of them, would be available to Ukraine. And that is something which is really important. And I don't care what he had to promise to achieve that because, he's protecting his people any way he can. So, it's important that, look, this regime of the orange guy is not going to last forever. He already looks quite poorly, to be fair. And I think Zelenskyy knows that, he just has to sort of last him out. I mean, it's Zelenskyy's birthday today, by the way. He's 48 years old, same age as me, momentarily, until I suddenly become older in April. Yeah. I think he's realised that he just has to, nod and smile and promise whatever the fuck up until the point that this guy is no longer in power. And then, he'll see what happens then. Deal with that bullshit later. I mean, let's face it, Russia goes back on their promises every 5 minutes. So, Ukraine could just do the same, couldn't they? You can have half the power from the nuclear power plant. Let us repair it, hey? Let us go in and help you repair it, and then we'll give you half the power from it. And then afterwards, they'll go, no, fuck off. Because, I think that's well within their rights to do that, honestly. Well within their right to say, what agreement? Did we make an agreement? Did you think we had an agreement? I'm sorry, you bombed. Nobody can make an agreement with that. So even though sometimes you think, why Zelenskyy agreed to that, or why Zelenskyy saying that, it's to protect his people. It's literally to protect his country. And sometimes that means agreeing things that you might not really want to agree to in the long run. But you know what? People can change their mind. The soapbox there. I forgot about these. 115 vehicles and fuel tanks. Now, what I have noticed is that there was a report that a lot of don't make it anywhere near the front line. These vehicles are being taken out while they're driving around in the rear area. And so, that is also important to note that, well, they're not doing banzai attacks on vehicles. They're generally, unless it's motorcycles or dune buggies, which don't last very long, I must admit.
You're cutting in and out a lot.
A lot of their... No, I'm stood in the kitchen. I'm making a brew. This is what happens in the corner of the kitchen where I make coffee. Is it any better now?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, it's because I'm not stood by the window, basically. So, yeah, a lot of these vehicles are taken out not on the front lines, actually in the rear areas. And it's because, Ukraine's not letting them get to the front lines. That's kind of the point. So, yeah, it's important that we don't discount the work that's being done every day by UAV operators operating behind Russian lines as much as possible. So what have we got here? Oh, right. So we've got more missiles today. Let me see. 2 Iskander-M ballistic missiles were fired today. S-300 anti-aircraft / S-300 anti-aircraft guided missiles. As well as 102 Shahed drones, so making, not all Shahed drones, Shahed, Gerber, other types of drones, blah. Most of these seem to have been coming from Bryansk, Kursk, Oriel. Could these be the places that Ukraine was smacking overnight? Yes, exactly those places. So you can see that, Ukraine's not attacking these locations indiscriminately. They're not like, let's put the power out in Bryansk just for the joy of it. No, they're literally going after the region where they're firing missiles from. So, it's important that we put these things into context. Whereas Russia's just smashing maternity hospitals anywhere they find them, which is just... let's just say there's a lot of swears, and there's no point me turning the air blue. They're doing it, and that's the truth of it. So, what was shot down out of 104? 87. Only UAVs were shot down, unfortunately. So, according to preliminary data of 8:30 in the morning, air defences shot down and suppressed 87 enemy drones. I'm just having a look in the north, south, centre, and east of the country. Well, they may as well have just said everywhere. And 15 strike UAVs were recorded hitting 10 locations, as well as the fall of downed fragments at one further location. The information about the 2 enemy missiles is being clarified, which suggests that they didn't necessarily hit targets that they were aimed at. It does actually suggest that they may have not hit any targets at all. They only usually say that when they can't find them. And they kind of go, we know the missiles were fired, but where did they go? Because nobody's exploded. What's happened? So they'll, I'm sure, confirm what's happened to them later. But of course, the attack continues, and there are still UAVs in the airspace, as always, because, every damn day. Just daily, just all the time, just daily. So, let's go on to some stuff which will cheer us up, because I think I need cheering up. I don't know about anybody else, but I bloody need cheering up, so let's do that. Genesis Man, do you want to go through those things that you popped into the nest?
Absolutely. So remember that attack? Well, not attack, but they had a training session at their Ministry of Professional Training Centre, didn't they? The Ministry of the Interior.
Oh,
remember
the
that?
Internal Ministry of whatever.
Yeah. So
they didn't have a.
Go on.
I was just going to say they didn't seem to have any fire extinguishers in the entire building.
Listen to this, and there's a lovely video. So now we've got a proper video from start to finish, the whole thing, which is quite comical. Reminds me of some comedy sketches. But so as previously reported, the explosions of a light noise grenade occurred at the training centre at the Interior Ministry's Professional Training Centre on January the 15th, 2026. The whole incident was captured on camera. First, the fire broke out and attempts were made to extinguish it with a fire extinguisher. Well, I've watched the video. I can't see anybody using a fire extinguisher. But the fire quickly spread to the equipment, after which a training simulator grenade went off. As a result, 2 people died and more than 20 were injured. Plus, they lost the whole building. The emergency occurred in Skyapta. I never said that right. The investigating committee detained a suspect, a teacher who activated the grenade, and a criminal case has been initiated against him. The head of the Interior Ministry in Komi suspended the head of the regional centre from his duties. So go and have a look at that video, people. Now, if any of my students had used an extinguisher, that would have been out in like 20 seconds. So I don't think they use an extinguisher. What they did was to put a shield over it and thought that that would knock it out. Well, that's not going to knock it out, people. That's just not the way to put fires out. And that's why they lost it. But the point was they pushed the fire onto the percussion grenade, and then that exploded. And when that goes, it's quite a good one. So go and have a look at that, people. Anyway.
Yeah, that secondary explosion. I was wondering what the hell happened there, because it was just like a small little thing, you know, and everyone was sort of like stood at the edges of the room, sort of twiddling their thumbs, going, "Oh dear, what do we do now?" And then suddenly there was another explosion on this table, and I was like, "What the hell was that? Did it have a secondary explosion function in it?" No, they've just left another grenade sat right next to it, because you know that's what you do.
You can't write these shit.
I don't know about you. I don't know about you, but I wouldn't leave explosives sat next to an ongoing fire. Just, you know, even if you just like get a stick and push it away, that would have been dead easy, wouldn't it? But no.
And like we said, they didn't use any fire extinguisher properly. I can't see anybody doing it. So all that about trying to put it out is a load of old tosh. There you go.
Well, who knew that Russians lie, hey? Who knew? Lies. Anyway, so the Russians can't quite understand why Belgorod is now in a blackout. And I can tell you why, because, you know, Ukraine has been experiencing blackouts. In fact, let me just see here. So they're complaining in Belgorod, and they can't understand why Ukraine is hurting their electrical grid, water and heating, and they're in cold and darkness. Well, according to Gladkov, he says, according to our information, Belgorod has been subject to the heaviest shelling, probably by HIMARS. There are no preliminary casualties. Well, you wouldn't admit to that anyway, even if there were lots. There is, although every time they say that, I think, well, Ukraine did a really good job there, because, yeah, if there's no, you know, civilian casualties, brilliant, because that's kind of what Ukraine's intending. They don't want to hurt civilians. They just want to stop the military attacks, don't they? So there is damage to energy facilities. We are currently gathering information. Emergency crews and emergency services have arrived at the scene. An outbuilding caught fire as a result of shelling, and emergency services are extinguishing the blaze. I tell you what, their emergency services don't have to worry about. They don't have to worry about double tap attacks, do they? They won't have to worry that they're going to die while putting out a fire. Just saying. Well, you know, not for the fact that they're going to get hit with other drones or, you know, other munitions at least. Falling debris caused a fire in the city courtyard, in one of the city's courtyards. Oh no, falling debris. I'm sure it's the word debris now. Even the Russians laugh at this word. That, yeah, bullshit, debris, whatever. Call it what you like, but we saw it, you know. And also, falling debris damaged the roofs of 2 private homes. Now, that could well have been falling debris, because, you know, their air defense is not completely out of use, you know. But these ordinary Russian people have to feel the consequences of the war too. I know they're not going to protest. I know they're not going to do, you know, any of that. But if they could at least stop supporting the war, that bit would at least be useful. You know, the general discontent, I think, is starting to spread. But you know, they just sort of, oh, we'll just put up with anything. We'll just put up with anything. Or will they? Or will they? Because this is from the Russian side, and David D has written this out. So this comes from. Let me just see if we know who it's from. No, we don't have a person's name, but we just have this rant from them. So he goes on to say, what does this mean? In order for the Russian armed forces to reach the Dnieper, or the Dnipro River, we need to lose 50 million people. Killed, dead. Alexander Igorovich Anorin, the father of the missing mobilized soldier of the 101st Motor Rifle Regiment, and in case you're keeping note, military unit 91706, of the 8th Guards Combined Arms Army, once again has accused the command of incompetence and indifference to the lives of the military personnel, which, according to him, is leading to massive and unjustified losses. Alexander noted that over the last 6 months, the regiment's losses amounted to around 6,000 people. Oh, goodness. Can you imagine a single army regiment losing up to 6,000 people? Well, I can't. So that's equivalent to 3 regiment formations, in case you need to know. So that they've lost and reformed themselves 3 times over. And currently, they're in the Sofievka area. Ukraine, if you're listening, that's where they are. They're in that area. Thanks, mate, for telling us. The loss of another 7,000 soldiers is currently taking place. Well, they could go home. They could go home. He pointed out that the regiment's attack sector is 1.5 to 2 kilometres, and the advance over 6 months is about 15 kilometres in total. He calculated that with similar losses across the entire front line, that would amount up to 3 million people. Well, we've not quite got there yet, but, you know, there's time. They're aiming for it by the looks of things. Separately, Alexander talks about the formality of taking a populated area. Flags are installed, but it is impossible to hold the position. The sky always remains in the hands of the enemy. Evacuation doesn't work. People do not want to leave. Soldiers are then forced to spend days in basements themselves because they are stuck. Yes, I think in September, the 242nd Regiment planted a flag and announced that Poltava was taken. How much time has passed since then? 4 or 5 months? And in Poltava, we still cannot evacuate our own soldiers who are trapped there. Oh dear. Also, Anorin spoke about the fate of his son, the soldier who was on combat missions for more than 20 days without any rotation. Ukrainians would laugh at that, by the way. What, 20 days? Is that it? I know they're made of stern stuff, but honestly, we shouldn't be expecting people to do that. We really shouldn't. And yet they do, because they have to. Anyway, he was sent on sorties without the necessary equipment. Shocker. He did not have any protection against UAVs. Well, you know, these things happen. I love this next bit. Are there no retreats or rest for soldiers at all? No, there's not. You know that already. Why are you even asking this question, you silly? They just remain on their combat missions until they're completely exhausted, and then you call in the next ones, and you still call yourselves officers after that. In conclusion, he called what was happening a crime. Well, it is, mate. Yes, it's a massive crime against humanity on all sectors, but feel free to only worry about your particular part of it, yes. You know, it's all this I'm all right, Jack kind of situation. But anyway, where was I? Yes. He goes on to say, responsibility for such decisions is inevitable. Is it though? Is it though? Are you really going to hold them responsible? Are you? Because we'd love to see you do it. We would. Are you? Quote, I hope I explained it to you clearly what the complaint is about. These are huge, monstrous losses in your unit. That's it. It shows that you are incompetent. I don't know, and you don't know how to conduct combat operations. And you're hiding your incompetence behind the backs of your soldiers and compensating for it with their lives. And you're afraid to write this report to your superiors. Well, it's good to see that he's opened up his eyes. But, I mean, the answer is to all of that, yes. Yeah, that is true. Now, I do see one vehicle on the front line here from a video released yesterday. And this is a stripped-down Ural truck, roof and doors completely removed, absolutely loaded with infantry. I mean, they've got as many men as they could in this one truck. And do you know what that is? That's a rich target right there.
Kind of rich, yeah.
And yeah, I have a funny feeling that when that blows up, not many of those guys will be walking away. Now, I'd just like to point out that if they're at this sort of level of, take all the doors off, take all the sides off, and literally slam as many people into that vehicle as possible. If they're at this stage, that's quite a lot of desperation. And well, remember how Russia absolutely needed the assistance of an awful lot of trucks and vehicles from the US mainly to finish off their great patriotic war or whatever the fuck they want to call it. Yeah, that help's not coming now because they've got Chinese golf carts instead, which just they're not quite up to scratch. We've seen exactly this sort of men being packed into a single vehicle in around 1917. And it is actually insanity. Instead of the Last Supper, the invaders apparently are calling it the last ride. They take us out on the last ride. Loads of us together. I mean, that's just wow. Yeah, there was about a dozen people on this one truck, and it kind of looks like, they're just asking to be taken out. Surrender and live is the only thing I can really say to them, but they're not going to, are they? I mean, it's thoroughly suicidal, and yes is the answer. That they don't care, and they will continue doing just that. Now, I have a little news from Ukraine, and this is it. Ukraine's Foreign Intelligence Service are increasing their abilities to perform combat missions abroad. Oh, hello. Did you think you were safe? Not in Russia. Did you think you were safe hiding out in European countries with your Schengen visa? No, you're not. This builds on successes such as the demilitarization of a senior Russian military commander behind enemy lines. A lot of war criminals have just started sweating. So basically, Ukraine is developing foreign intelligence services. And yesterday was actually the day of the foreign intelligence services. So, it was a good day to announce this sort of thing. I think they'd been waiting to announce this to their, day. So, Ukraine will develop units of the Foreign Intelligence Service to carry out combat missions and asymmetric operations necessary to protect the country's interests abroad. During President Zelensky's announcement on Foreign Intelligence Day, he thanked the intelligence officers for their service, in particular for obtaining important information, in-depth analysis, and for combat work and deep strikes carried out by their forces. It is extremely important that you, undoubtedly in difficult conditions and in a situation where Russia has significantly more resources and money for intelligence, work in such a way that we can be proud of you, that we maintain a high level, and we often outplay the aggressor at their own game. At the same time, the President stressed that the potential of the Foreign Intelligence Service is much greater. According to him, a strong special intelligence unit that can operate abroad in such ways that is comparable to the best combat foreign intelligence services of the world is imperative. The President named foreign operations as prospect for future development, not just operations on influence, not just for obtaining data, and not just for recruiting agents, but combat and asymmetric operations. So expect a whole bunch of Russians to just mysteriously blow up at some point. This is the potential we have. I thank you for your development during the war. We will continue to develop the foreign intelligence services and count on the continuation of special operations, deep strikes, and your work to obtain all the information that Ukraine needs to defend itself. I mean, he's not making a threat there, he's making a promise. And there's no shortage of war criminals to deal with, is there? So I'd just say, these people who are sat on Russian frozen funds worry about the Russians attacking them. Well, I tell you what, if you side with Russia too greatly, you might have to worry about the Ukrainians blowing you up. So, two can play at that game. I'm not threatening anyone. I'm just saying, these things happen. People have accidents all the time, fall off cliffs, out of windows, drink tea, all that sort of stuff. It's not just Russia who can present a threat. So I'm just saying that. You want to be serious, we can all be serious. Just putting it out there. Now, let's have a little bit of Russian downfall, because, all these old men in charge, I think I can safely speak for all of us when I say old men in charge aren't a good thing. They're far too old. They're far too sort of like set back in these old imperialist ways. They find it very difficult to move with the times and compromise and get off their ass and act. So, I feel as though it's probably best that we retire a lot of them and put slightly younger people in their place and say, welcome to the new generation, because, well, all these old men only ever seem to be destroying everything or just not, being thoroughly ineffective. And as far as I'm concerned, they can all get to fuck, every last one of them, and we'll have some new blood. Thank you. People that actually can still think for themselves and, not be paralysed by their own inaction. Soapbox moment. Anyway, and in that vein, oh dear, Ramzan Kadyrov is dying because, he's also an old man with bad health who never looked after himself because he was too busy partying. And oh dear, we don't live forever. None of us do. Even though some people are trying, none of us live forever. I'll just tell you that. It's not possible. You know why? Because the bones underneath, your joints and stuff, they break. So no matter how good your face looks from, all the work that you have done, the body underneath is still that old, and it still knows it's that old. And I tell you what, my knees think they're 55 rather than 48, I can assure you. So yeah, just put that out there. And Ramzan Kadyrov is no different. He's going to die. Yes, he is. And preparations are now underway in Chechnya and Moscow for this inevitability. Because it would appear that, his surgeries that he's had are no longer upholding his good health. Oh dear. So his successor needs to be put in place, or at least needs to be put in a place where it will ensure his family's safety and federal stability, because, Russia also needs Chechnya to be stable. Now, as Kadyrov's health deteriorates and his son Adam has been in a car accident with an unclear outcome, Kadyrov has promoted this 18-year-old dickhead as a successor, building an informal power centre around him and tasking another aide with mentoring and transferring connections to Adam directly, including all the criminal ones that he controls as well, until Adam turns 30. Because Adam is an idiot and, he's not really in any way able to take over from his dad because he's too busy driving fast cars and crashing them to think about, running anything. It's very possible right now that he's in a particularly bad way himself as well. So, apparently the aide, he's called Adam as well. Adam Delimkanov. Yes, I know. This regent could technically stand in place and hold the post for the family. Now, the Kremlin considers Delimkanov or Chechnya's Prime Minister Magomed Daudov, both from the Benoy clan, sparking rivalry between them. Sources close to the Kremlin describe the situation as difficult because apparently this new clan, they're not as friendly with Russia as Kadyrov would like them to be. And Kadyrov has probably no choice at this point but to put this guy in place with the promise that he'll look after his family, because Kadyrov can't do it, can he? Because he's on his fucking deathbed. Well, anything that brings Russia more problems is a good thing, because this new clan, you've got to see Chechnya as a bit of a Game of Thrones. Feudal systems is what they're still operating on, basically. Things don't necessarily always go according to plan because each of these clans has their own ideas about what they want to do. And the Chechen Republic, or Ichkeria, which was conquered illegally by Russia, might just decide to do something else. Also, I'll just note that if you give somebody the ultimate power as a regent, in inverted commas, do you think when Adam Kadyrov turns 30, if he even makes it that far, that they would hand over power to him? Oh, here you go, just have all the power. No, never going to happen, is it? So we have no idea if Adam is alive and well, and it is considered, from all the information gathered, that his injuries are not actually life-threatening, but official details remain scarce. So, I would love to know whether he's missing a limb or not. But yeah, it seems that sort of instability might also be a problem. So I have a few more tales of terrible woe for you. Rossetti Siberia is the largest grid company of Siberia. Electrical grid, them people. And they are asking their creditors for 30 billion rubles to avoid bankruptcy. Oh dear, where's all the money gone? Where's the money gone? It's gone into the war. The largest grid company of Siberia, Rossetti Siberia, is attempting to avoid a financial collapse by announcing the attraction of credit lines of 30 billion rubles. This was reported on the public procurement portal. Documentation states that the loans will be used to finance economic activities, including repair, reconstruction, and construction of new energy facilities, as well as to repay their obligations. Did you hear the joke in the middle of that? Construction of new energy facilities and repair and reconstruction, all of that, absolute joke. They don't plan on doing that at all. Anyway, Earlier, the company noted that it was in a pre-default state and was forced to suspend the implementation of all their investment activities. Nasty. Rossetti Siberia emphasized that the most acute situation has occurred in Krasnoyarsk and Zabalkalsky Krais, and the Republic of Khakassia and Buryatia. There's a fucking list. And why? Well, they say due to insufficient tariff levels and worn out equipment. In other words, we ran out of money. We don't have any money to repair any of this equipment. Not that we were going to anyway. So, yeah, give us some money or we're going to completely collapse. Well, I have a funny feeling that even when they announce this investment, that the money's not actually going to turn up. So I guess we're going to see something fall over there. And it's about bloody time. Say that much. Now then, I tell you what, though, Vladivostok has too much of something. Now, it would be nice if it was too much of, something worth having, but no, it's too much refuse, too much garbage. And I wonder if they've just stopped collecting this because they know that China's going to take this place over. China calls this place Haishenwai. So I'm just going to say that you might want to start just crossing out Vladivostok on the map and just writing in the Chinese name now, because I think that's where this is going to go. So it is the second most populous city in the Far East, and it is absolutely drowning in garbage. People are reporting mountains of plastic bags with waste that hasn't been collected for, well, they say several days, but I think the answer is longer. What happened? Well, the problem intensified in mid-December. There was a fire at a waste disposal site. And since then, nobody's bothered picking up the waste. Despite the promises of Primorsky's environmental operator, PEO, to deploy more trucks to remove the waste, the situation has not been resolved. In early January, the prosecutor's office reacted to citizens' complaints, which revealed violations of waste collection deadlines at a number of container sites, which have led to, I quote, the cluttering of territories and complaints from citizens. Cluttering of territories? You mean garbage mountains just appearing? Yes. For its part, the PEO cited a large number of cases where access to containers had been blocked by parked cars. Because, nobody gives a shit. In addition, there was a significant excess of average daily tonnage of waste due to the New Year's holidays. Oh, so everybody put out more waste because, it was a holiday. Well, yes, but I don't see other countries having a massive problem with garbage piles. Not if they've got a waste disposal system that's supposed to work. They plan for these things. You put on some extra people, or you put on an extra shift, or you just, you run a little bit longer with your hours. But no. So they just said, here's an excuse. We've got an excuse. Listen to our excuse.
So Mockers,
yeah,
I've got a slightly different view on that. If they had a fire at a waste disposal site, which are you do get them people quite a lot, and people are supposed to have plans in place to put them out. Guess that the operators, that is, not the fire services, but sometimes it gets out of hand and we have to come along. They are very difficult to extinguish once you get them in there. So if they've had a fire at a waste disposal site, my expectation is that they've been told don't go and get any more waste, because you're just going to be putting it on top of the fire, because we can't put it out. That's why they've stopped getting the rubbish. I would suspect a different point of view to the rubbish they're coming out with. Let's put it that way.
Well, that is possibly also true, yeah, that they've been told they can't use that site for some time. Because you're right, it's like, right underneath all the embers and stuff are still technically smouldering away. and you put more fuel on that fire, and it's just going to jump up again, isn't it?
What you need to do is you need to get the big caterpillar diggers in and dig the waste out. I mean, it can be like 15, 20 meters tall, this waste, and you have to dig right back down to the ground, and get it all out and expose it and then put it out and then let it cool and then put it back, which is a process and it takes time. I've been at waste disposal sites for weeks with crews putting stuff out and just doing that. So they're not gonna do that level of what's the word I want?
Work.
Yeah, they're just not going to do it. No, they're not going to have that sort of sign off on it either. They're not going to be any due diligence. Let's put it that way. They're just not going to do it. So that's why they're not doing it, because they can't put the fire out. Yanni?
If there was only like a way to safely burn trash and at the same time give the citizen of the population hot water and heating in their homes. Oh yeah, Sweden invented that in the 70s. This is why less than 1% of our garbage end up in landfills, and we really don't have landfills. And we also do the recycling. It's like we're Germans. We recycle everything, and we actually have to import trash so we can burn it safely in power plants and heat the homes and give the citizens hot water. But that would require plumbing and planning and smart people. Huh. Yeah, Russia's kind of fucked, aren't they? Anyways, yeah, fuck Russia.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen how they deal with forest fires as well, haven't we, Genesis Man? They kind of go, yeah, that'll do. And then the next day they have to go back to that place and start tackling that same fire again because they never put it out properly. Because you've got to dig down to the ground and ensure that all the embers have gone. And they don't do that shit, do they?
No. And they keep not doing it. And just a side put on Kedorov, or whatever his name is, the son, that's a bit of an apprenticeship, isn't it?
Yeah.
12 years apprenticeship? Bloody hell. Somebody's not trusted.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he's saying, oh, don't worry. You don't need to hand over power to him until he's 30. Well, I tell you what, he won't be making it to 30. I can guarantee it. Even if he walks out of this hospital stay, something tells me that, yeah, he's not going to make it to 30 to take over in his father's footsteps, especially not when the guy that's been put in charge is technically, as his caretaker, is from an opposing clan. That ain't going to happen, is it? So, yeah, just point that out. I think Kadyrov is in between a rock and a hard place, and he's had to make this agreement in order for his entire family not to be murdered the second he dies. And that might still happen anyway. Oh, well.
I was going to say, there's no guarantee that they won't, will they? Because they're good at keeping their word, the Russians, aren't they? So, yeah, they make a deal and then kill him off anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So while he's still alive, they can't really do it. But, it would cause an awful lot of internal strife and conflict. But as soon as he dies and they say, oh, dear Adam, you're going to have to wait till you're 30. Oh, did you fall off that cliff? Oh, I'm so sorry. Maybe you won't have to wait till he's 30 after all. And now we can just take over. I think that's what's, pretty much in the works. So anyway, you'll be glad to know that this situation in Vladivostok, well, it's not going to get any better. The director of the New City Ecological Company explained the main reason for the disruption is that the PEO, that the people who are supposed to be running this as a regional operator for waste management, have stopped paying. Yes, that's right. That's one of the reasons why it's not being collected, because they've not been paying any of the garbage collectors. They haven't settled accounts for the garbage trucks going out with their carriers for months, which means that the companies have just stopped operating. And, well, that would be a particularly good reason to not do the work, because you're not getting paid for it, yeah? That would be a reason for me to quit doing the work.
Not paying their soldiers either, Mockers.
No, exactly. I mean, it's all sort of,
they're running out of money.
It's all sort of getting a bit money too tight to mention.
Are they running out of money, you think?
Well, they
Yeah,
are,
what a
yeah.
shame. What a shame. Moving on.
You see, it's all very well and good getting gold bars from Iran, but they're not going to give them back for a start. Now that the Iranian regime seems to have, got their clutches back in after murdering a shitload of people. It's fucking just disgusting. We give them hope and then we just leave them to be murdered by their. Yeah, Zelenskyy said it. I don't need to. But yes, so he managed to trick the Iranian regime into sending him some gold bars, but you can't pay your soldiers in gold bars. That stuff doesn't convert very easily. And that is also a problem for them because, you can have a room full of gold bars, but where do you spend them? It's quite difficult. You can't spend them down the booze shop, can you? And so, yeah, having more gold in their coffers only means that they can trade on a particular level. And I don't think that, soldiers are going to ever see that money just because it's not convertible. So, anyway, while Russia is drowning in debt and blackouts at the moment, some of which may or may not be their own fault, Ukraine has good friends. And yes, they have massive problems of their own with regards to heat, light, and all the rest, water. Now, did you see the Czechs? The Czechs decided to make a fundraiser of their own, the Czech people, because their government didn't seem to be moving fast enough. And they indeed provided, lots of funding for energy generators to be sent to Ukraine. And inspired by the Czech fundraiser, the Slovak people decided to do the same and support the purchase of generators for Ukraine too. So 5,000 Slovak people contributed initially, creating 300,000 euros in just a few hours in their collection, and the collection continues. It says here, the fundraiser began just a few hours ago, and like the ones in Poland and the Czech Republic, it gained immense popularity with each hour. The amount raised was nearly 300,000 euros, supported by 6,000 donations, it says here. So maybe that first one was a typo. As with the previous two collections in the other countries mentioned, the number grows by the minute. And it says here, you can literally just go and watch it ticking up every hour. It's not the speed that we're used to from the Czechs, but this is Slovakia, and you know what the situation is like there. Great respect to the Slovakian people. So, teamwork making the dream work. So, Slovakia, 292,406 euros, and they've just arrived in this situation. Poland, 1,642,328 euros. And the Czech Republic, 3,363,908 euros. And this was like 15 hours ago. That's a total of 5.3 million raised to support Ukraine in purchasing generators. They passed 300,000 very soon after that, with almost 7,000 donors. So there you go. People get things done. Even if your fucking government isn't doing it, it doesn't mean you can't. It really doesn't. So bravo to the people. Now, their goal was 500,000 euros in 30 days, and they're up to 328,000 in 24 hours, which is much respect. This is a concrete way that people can help Ukraine. People can be much better than their governments. Have you noticed that?
Might need to put that target up, Mockers. Might need to put that up a few 100,000.
Well, indeed. Let's just say that they had a dream and the people are making it work. And aren't they just? Also, this is fabulous news, and I always like to end on some good news if I can. Romanian philanthropist Peter Uprian, he's a doctor, and Vasil Ruskovan, he's a businessman and honorary consul of Ukraine in Romania for being very supportive, donated a whole mobile hospital to the military administration of Odessa. Not for any particular reason, just as a symbol of friendship. They just thought, have one of these. And this is the sort of thing that we need to be doing. If you're a person with a whole lot of money in your back pocket, and you don't want to be an oligarch, you don't want to be a Musk who basically chose to do the worst things in the world with all this money instead of, he could actually cure world hunger and make everybody live comfortably without even making much of a dent, technically. But decided, I'm just going to be the worst person in the world. And hey, don't we love Nazis? Yeah. What? Anyway, there's him, an immigrant complaining about immigrants, a welfare queen complaining about welfare, and, a ketamine addict accusing other people of being, dealers.
Mockers.
I've got some other opinions about him. But anyway, go on.
Going back to the field hospital that he's donated, I wonder if people know what that means. That's an absolute massive hospital. I mean, that'll be like 15 tents. So there'll be a triage area, there'll be an A&E area, there'll be operating theatres, anaesthesiology, blood work place. So they'll have a little lab there as well. That's a massive donation. Just sounds, it's 3 words in it. I'll donate a military hospital. That is a massive bit of kit, and takes upward of 250 people to staff it and run it. That is a massive win. Well done, that man.
Yeah, and it all comes in like one big unit that everything folds out from, basically. So you've got this one large unit that you place down in the middle, and then everything else connects up to that. So all these other, parts of it just sort of fold out from it.
And it'll come with its own heating and its own water supply as well. Well, you just clag into it, but it's all ready to go, is what I'm saying. All the pipe works in with it as well. That's a massive win. That is brilliant stuff.
That is incredible stuff from Romania, isn't it? And so, yeah, if you've got a ton of money, this is the sort of thing that you should be doing with all your tons of money if you don't know what to do with it. If you can't spend it fast enough, I can find you very, positive ways to get rid of that money. And I don't mean on me and cats. I mean on things like this. So an actual military field hospital, a whole mobile hospital. And I think that's really important as well. Now, last but not least, I have this. And this is something that individuals can do. And, it's one of these things that we've noticed a lot of Ukrainian people. They have this massive sense of community, and it really does serve them in their resilience, because if it wasn't for this strong community that they hold, I think things would be a lot worse. So there's a message on one of the doors here of a high-rise building. Someone's taken a picture of it and said, this is why we keep going. It's not that we're amazing. It's not that we've got some special resilience in our blood. It's this community spirit. It's been going for days. Hello. Do I have a Prince? Prince, will you shut that mic for me, please? Thank you. So here, it says on this note, neighbours from the high-rise buildings. During power outages, it can be difficult to even warm up tea. We are your neighbours from Chereshenovsky Lane or something, Chereshenovy Lane. We have gas. We want to offer help. We can heat your water and put it in a thermos. We can make you tea or coffee. If you have small children, we can help quickly cook something, heat up food, porridge, or semi-finished products, call us. Do not hesitate. In times like this, it is important to support one another. Anastasia. And then she puts her phone number, which has obviously been blanked out because we don't all need to call her as well. And this is a lesson in true community. You could call this almost, look, if you're religious, this is exactly what was preached by, all these religions. Love thy neighbour. Look after one another. Because, you can't always guarantee that everybody is going to have everything that they need. And in times like this, when times are hard, you look for the helpers. And this is really, really important, that it's so important to support one another. The grassroots society needs to be strong everywhere. And if you don't feel that you have a strong grassroots society and you need one, build it, because people will join. People need to have one another. They need to support one another in community these days more than ever. And this is the backbone of Ukrainian society, people like this. And when one person does it, it inspires other people to do similar things. And this is why Ukrainians can continue, because despite everything, their kindness and their humanity remains. And we need to cultivate that culture everywhere, because this is the very thing that Russia is attacking. Yes, they're attacking schools and hospitals and, residential buildings, but this is what they're trying to kill. This community spirit, this backbone of society that will always stand up and be resilient. So remember that, folks. This is the very thing which makes everything else work. Without community, without togetherness, without holding each other up, we have nothing. So remember, despair is not an option. This is what you do when times are hard. You band together, you make community, you do what you can for each other. And I think I'm done jumping up and down on my soapbox now, because I just made myself cry. So there we go. Cheers, everybody. I love yous.
No. You finish. Go on.
I was just going to say, I love yous, and I mean it. But I've choked myself now, so I'm going to
Can I just say that was eloquently put, Mockers? Well said for everyone. And that's exactly why the Russians are doing this, to break the spirit of the Ukrainians. And as you can see, with that lovely note on that door, they're never going to do that. So stuff it up. Oh, shush you. Shush. He's lost his ball, for Christ's sakes. Anyway, so Slava Ukraini, Mockers.
Herum Slava.
Slava Nazi.
Smert Varaham.
Nerd Laham.
And fuck Russia.
Yes, indeed. And with that, we will see you tomorrow. So I will say Scarapopachim.
Scarapopotamus.